Good morning, everyone. It's just past 3 a.m. Central, and welcome to Forex Fire. Joining me again today, as always, the usual suspects and Coach Michael. Ready to take you guys through the London session. Thanks for joining. If you've got any questions, as always, please drop them in the chat, and either one of us will be more than happy to address them for you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How's it going, guys?
Going?
All good?
Yep.
Yeah, everything's awesome.
Going.
Did you get some sleep? The very little bit that you're living.
I got plenty.
Tiny bit.
Good.
Tiny
I
bit.
went to bed very early last night. It was good sleep.
No.
Anyway,
yeah, I have.
Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
Yeah.
The day the action starts.
Coffee ready there? I'm on my second already.
Yep.
Awesome.
You're going to be turning cartwheels.
Well, I'll do cartwheels with you guys anytime, no problem.
Sounds good.
Show you how it's done.
Tumbling expert.
Awesome. Guys, I don't mind just opening the analysis. I did mention yesterday in Discord that I just want to do a small market geometry that will call about 5 minutes or so on the NASDAQ. And I mentioned that in the Discord session yesterday, and the reason being is that, US indices being at all-time highs. So there's no real structure to look at on the left-hand side of things, right? In the sky or in space or whatever you want to call it. So it can be very difficult to try to figure out technically where price might be heading to, where support and resistance might step in, especially if you don't work with regards to where price is currently. So I'll do the NASDAQ today. I don't know if it's really necessary to do the ES. I mean, price structure-wise, they're very similar, obviously different indices. But if someone wants to see the ESPX, then tomorrow. If you guys got anything that's setting up right now, then I can quickly do that on the NASDAQ, and then I'll pass it back to you guys.
Okay, sounds good. I'm actually in a trade, so I can I'll update everybody after you. There's no rush or anything.
All right, cool. Let's do that. All right, can I share my screen, please? Right, today I've got the analysis, the NQ continuous chart futures. So this is not CFDs. I'm going to use this just as a high time frame analysis, try to split some of the markets, just keep them separate from each other. Otherwise, it's just too much drawings on one particular symbol on my watch list. So I've got a naked chart here, except for these two lines. I've got no idea where they came from all of a sudden. So what I want to do is, I have to go to my high time frame workspace. Let's go back to the NQ. And there we go. I've attached a few drawings here, and I used a monthly time frame to really go back in time. So each candle here, obviously 1 month, right? And I have obviously loaded data as far as I can go back here on TradingView. Now I created 2 files with drawing tools, and the one is basically using the shift pitchfork setting, which you've probably seen use quite often. And I actually want to just hide these 2 quickly. Let me just make sure I can actually grab my tools here. There we go. Let's hide that one. Let's hide this one. So just try to follow along of what it is I'm trying to do here. So basically, obviously, look at this one heck of a move to the upside on the NQ, right? Again, we're in space here on the left-hand side. There's absolutely no price structure to work with. What do we mean by that? I mean, back in sort of here around 2008, 2010, before we had this breakout, we above these highs, wait, in 2016, there's some sort of price structure that you can obviously work with. You can look at previous swing highs, lows, low highs, lower highs, higher highs, or whatever the case might be. You might even want to be using, let's say, volume profile during a swing to sort of previous swing to try to figure out where point of control might be, whatever the case might be. But since we are now in outer space, it's difficult to know where price might potentially go to. And I do think that for me personally, there might be other ways to do this, that market geometry can offer a window or some sort of a deeper look or understanding as to where price might be gravitating towards, where upside, obviously with this massive move to the upside, where resistance might step in as well as a potential target before we eventually then get maybe a deeper sort of retracement on the NASDAQ. And obviously when the NASDAQ's going to start retracing, the ES would follow as well. Right? I'm not talking about a day or two. I'm talking, let's say, multiple weeks, maybe even months. Right, so here I'm just using the three most prominent anchor points prior to this insanely strong move to the upside that broke these highs that were set in 2000, right? And obviously we can see here that it worked initially with a little bit of resistance that came in at this upper median line. Price broke above it, and then it acted as support. Broke strongly above this red warning line, and it acted as support and moved upwards. And you've probably seen me do this quite a few times. And that is, once price leave the boundaries of these pitchforks, just continue to double them up, if you understand what I'm saying. So I copy and paste the lower pitchfork, paste it on top of the other one, and just keeping that same angle, because typically this angle that is generated pivots or swing points, and the angles that's generated using a pitchfork, whether using a shift pitchfork or a Allen Andrews pitchfork. I'll use that pitchfork in just a second. I've got a different folder for that. Price will typically continue to respect those angles as time goes by. All right, so we attach this one to the upside. We can see we had support, broke above that. Where did it find support at the same angle? Right, so now I've anchored another one to the upside. Show you that one. And even this recent decline, look at this one. Price hit that, pulled back to one of the median lines, broke above it, found line. And this is what I'm trying to get to right now. If the NASDAQ will continue to move higher, and I'm not saying it's going to find resistance potentially here or even make it to that line. I think it's a very realistic to just target where price might be moving towards. So if you are bullish and you want to continue to stay bullish, it continues to stay bullish at least until that area. Your of techniques, whatever your strategy with this day trading, swing trading, whatever, to try to time yourself to get into these trades. But I think the gist of what I'm trying to say here is that this is just a manner of trying to judge where price might be moving towards and where the next upside resistance might be. Where is price going? Because we don't have any price structure to work with on the left-hand side of where price currently is. All right, so just judging by how well price respected this angle, this is a monthly time frame, guys. Look how well just those three pivot points generated these angles and how they acted very resistance for multiple years, decades even. All right, so as price is moving to the other potentially an area of interest or a potential target. Now I just want to go and let's say for the moment, take away the shift, right? And use the standard Allen Andrews pitchfork. Again, using the same, oops, not that one, that one. And we have
Hello.
Yep. I'm back.
Cool. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that was weird.
Okay, sweet.
Everything started popping early on. I thought, something didn't seem right here. I wonder if we're going to lose something.
It looks like you and Rich names have switched.
Yeah, I see that. Huh.
And then I don't really hear
Interesting.
Rich either.
Yeah. Hopefully he's probably disconnecting, reconnecting. He's still going on. He's still going on. He probably didn't realize it's off. Let me see here. Yeah, because I don't know.
Oh yeah, he doesn't.
He's just talking to himself.
Issue here.
Yep, sorry about that, everybody. He's just carrying on, huh?
I'm believing so.
Yeah, he hasn't even seen his chat yet. Yeah, because he's got to disconnect too. So, yeah, started hearing some popping when he was talking. I figured something was going on. I was hoping it wasn't me.
Yeah, same here. I was like, what? I'm like, come on, not right now.
Back end said if you wanted to share, one of us wanted to share in the meantime. Did you say you had something going on?
Cool. Yeah, I'm I'm waiting on this alert to go off over here.
Which one?
Get my screen share here. So I'm waiting for this alert to go off on AUD CAD. I am crushing this position right now.
Yeah. Well, that's
absolutely good. Yes. Hoping the market didn't step in here and try to sabotage this position because it is up pretty nice to say the least.
I woke up pretty happy too because my position reversed to the positive that I started on Friday. Back to the green, so
nice.
Pretty happy myself.
If we can get my screen share here, I can kind of go over it and then go over my trade from yesterday. That EA trade actually ended up hitting TP. Oh, here we go. Perfect. So yeah, this trade was gorgy yesterday. If you guys remember this, I took this right pretty much before. I took this and I ended up holding on to it. We had this beautiful 5,200 cross here. From there, we are in level 2, right? Looking for that pattern off the 200, which we have right here, right? Have this beautiful head and shoulders pattern, something like this. And of course, we got a little play around, but boom, did this thing just freaking take off. And I got my infamous, as you can see here on the alerts. Here it is here. Euro AUD crossing TP smacked. So this happened a little earlier today. Woke up and saw that. Thought that was pretty nice. Like, oh yeah, we're in the game. This trade basically between this one and this next one, AUD CAD, is about to set my week up on here. These probably gonna be my 2 trades of the week. Like absolutely gorgeous. As you see, this one is still going. I just was targeting these highs, but this thing is still going.
What a trade!
Yeah.
Yes. Then I'm in AUD CAD right now. Pretty heavy, guys. It's right here to move my stops to break even. So just came right to that line. I'm waiting for it to fall on through so I can go ahead and take some partials and move stops to break even.
Nice.
My infamous TP smacked, right? But this trade, I am actually in all my accounts. So super confident in this one. Just want to take that risk off the table here in a second. The same as always, guys. We got this beautiful 5,200 cross. So I know we're in level 2.
Mm-hmm.
And nextly, I'm looking for that beautiful M right here. Now, this is more of what I would call a half a bat, to be totally honest. It's not really an M, but it's the same pattern. So it's 3 different things that can actually happen. Right? We have the classic M, where both of the peak tops, the legs or the peaks, kind of touch each other. It's the same distance, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we would have, just to kind of separate these, next we would have like a head and shoulders pattern. Right, so it looks something like this.
Yeah.
Right, that can also happen off the 200, same exact thing. And then finally, what we actually have today is more of what I would call a half a bat. It's basically the same thing of a head and shoulders, except no left shoulder. It will be just a head, right, and then a small shoulder that doesn't go nearly as high as that, the first one. Oops. Take this off. But the thing to do here is it needs to break below here. So oh, that's not the tool to use. I did not try to do that. So let me delete this. What in the world? Delete that one. Okay, cool. Then let's draw this back on here. So yeah, in this particular case, price needs to break below this area here, which as you can see was this area here, right? So once I got this candle over here that actually broke below it, and I had my 4-hour confirmation on the candle that closed below this 200 right here, this trade was good to go. So I entered into this trade at, I want to say 9. Was it 9? Yeah, I think I got in here at 9. 9 last night.
9.
Had to set me an alarm for 1 o'clock in the morning just to make sure it didn't go against me. So I just woke up, glanced at it really quick, and I knew I had my session shortly afterwards.
Nice.
And I'd be up. So, but yeah, this was a really nice trade actually. But yeah, this is more of what I would call that half a bat, right? So we got the off the 200 in this particular case. Then here we have the head and shoulders. And then this is just something that my mentor called it, then it kind of just stuck. It's called a half a bat. And I guess the simple of that was he just called it like Batman ears, like the pointy things that Batman has.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He lost one of his ears or half of it in the fight.
The Joker got it.
Good. So the man kind of just stuck, always kind of kept it with it. But just a little bit more context. When I say I'm looking for that M off the 200, it's really a pattern off the 200. And it can be any one of these 3. Like there's nothing else that it will throw in essence. So it will always be one of these patterns. So you might hear me say M off the 200. I might say head and shoulders off the 200 like we had on gold. And then we had on EA. We had the same thing on EA earlier today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or yesterday that I took. This is more of a head and shoulders pattern, right? Off the 200.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's not a M, that's a head and shoulders pattern. So anyway, when I bring that up, I'm really saying that it could be any one of these patterns off this 200 EMA after the 5,200 crosses. And in this case, it's the half a bat, right? So crushing this trade right now, to say the least. Here in a second, I'm going to move stop loss to break even. I'm up almost a full percent on one account here, and then on this one as well. I literally have this on all my accounts right now.
Very nice, Michael.
Easy visual to see where your profit target is too.
Yes.
Low point.
Yes. Yep. So nice. But yeah, as soon as we get to this point, I'm gonna go ahead and move my stops to break even. And I haven't looked at anything else for today. I was really just focused on managing its position correctly since it's in it pretty heavy.
All eyes on the money maker. Yep.
Absolutely. So that's pretty much me for today. I'll pass it back to one of you guys. I know we got the news here in a quick moment. I'll get ready for that.
Richard, I think we lost signal right about the time you switched to the other pitchfork style.
Yeah. I was talking to myself nicely for about 5 minutes there before I realized.
Yeah, we saw that. You were going
really
going down.
Oh my gosh!
Hey, you was getting some good practice in.
Yeah. Anyways, I could just quickly jump back to that. I think if you want to show my chart, and then I'll just switch back to you, Michael, in 3 minutes' time, and it's time for the news.
Sweet.
All right. I was saying before the gremlins stepped in again, and let me go back to a monthly time frame here. I am working still with the monthly time frame here. I believe you guys seen those shift pitchforks and basically created an area or zone between 25,120 towards 28,400. And those zones basically derive from the upper red warning lines from that shift pitchfork setting, as well now as the Alan Andrews pitchfork, which is the standard pitchfork as it's called by TradingView and some other platforms. Again, just using the same anchor points that I used on the shift pitchforks. It's just a different angle that's projected more steeper to the upside. Price is contained really well within the boundaries of these pitchforks median lines. And you can see where price is currently trading. Again, this is on a monthly. If it were to move up from this current month, so for the remaining of July, that's how I got to the 28,400 area. Again, these red warning lines typically, it doesn't matter which pitchfork setting you use, they typically act really well as very strong support resistance, especially during very strong trending markets, which is obviously what we've been seeing here on the NASDAQ and on the ES as well. So this is not the ES. I will do the ES maybe later this year, not later this year, later this week, if you guys are interested in seeing that as well. But it actually looks very similar to the NASDAQ. So again, guys, you look left, there's no structure to work with. Where or high can prices go? And in my mind, this is one way that you could definitely do that. Prices tend to gravitate towards these levels, considering how strong this move has been to the upside. If we do hit this zone, then I'll be rather sort of cautious that we might then actually start getting a deeper reversal. I wouldn't say finally. We obviously don't want, the markets to go down too hard, but, it's just a natural ebb and flow of things, right? If price will go up and it will go down at some stage, and I do expect once we hit this area that we could then see a deeper decline, potentially multi-month one like this. Anyways, time for the news with Michael. Glad you guys could finally hear what I had to say there. I'm not just talking to myself. So we'll be switching over in just a sec to hear what Michael's got to say on the news front of things. Please do stick around. Slazy, I did not miss you there. Good morning. He is currently
Good morning, Slazy.
Thanks for joining or watching us on the side.
Good morning.
And we'll be back in just a moment once Michael's got through the news from his side. So please stay tuned.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another market update here with Hola Prime. Today is Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025, and let's jump right into it, guys. So, as you guys can probably see, Bitcoin is trading around 118,000 and it's down about 1.1% intraday. And then we have Ethereum, guys, which is the big one. It's actually sitting around 3,686, which is down about 5.21% in the last 17 hours. All right, I'm jumping over to the Forex side of things. We have Euro USD holding above that 1.17 mark after breaking out. Now consolidating in the 1727 to 1633 range as traders eye both long and short setups, guys. FX24 Pro does confirm a test around 1.1663 with expectations of a dip to about 1.1635 before potentially move towards the 1.1825 level. Options expiry shows significant open interest, about 1.3 billion at 1700. and then another 1.1 billion at 17. And these levels could possibly be and act as support and resistance barriers. So be on the lookout for that. FX Street notes that the dollar is repeating and retreating below the 98.5, keeping the pair technical constructive, and a close above that 1.17 would encourage further upside, guys. Moving on to GBPUSD, sterling has strengthened to about that 1.39 to 3,500, but we beyond reduced expectation for aggressive BOE rate cuts, and then still trading with that around 0.3380 to about 0.3450, with upward momentum contained until fresh data arrives. And then, of course, we have USD JPY, which is broadly softer with the USD index. Of course, the DXY, which is down about 0.7%, pressured by failed moves past that 98.5 and tariff uncertainty, which is pretty huge. So for that, and then JPY saw a modest strength, but labeled it as likely a short-term, what they call a fluke, which focuses on shifting to the U.S. fiscal policy. And then, of course, the technical and sentimental highlights, guys. Technical setups on Euro USD align with the bullish bias. RSI wedge rebounds. You got the Moki support, but also confirmation requires a solid close above that 1.1700 level. CFTC positioning shows growing euro longs, about 15.6% of open interest, and then highest since January 24th, supporting anticipation of euro strengthening. Trade tensions, notably U.S. and EU tariffs, remain prevalent. This is the August 1st tariffs deadline, guys, which looms over FX volatility. So just some quick stats and levels to watch. Of course, on the Euro USD, supported around 0.1635 to that
All right, traders, we're back
Right.
again. Thanks for that, Michael. Had a bit of a technical
Of
glitch,
course.
but that should be expected sometimes. Should have happened on
Yeah, I was
Monday,
gonna
not on
say.
Tuesday. But yeah.
Right.
I see SP King's joined us, SP King FX. That name also sounds familiar. I've seen that before. What's up, man? All good, all good. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Guys, we
Cool.
just got word again from our team that we will also be giving away 3 challenge accounts. I still believe that's for the remainder of this month. We're still going to give away a 10K, 25K, and a 50K account. And during the future session, we'll be giving away 2 challenge accounts, a 25K and a 50K account. So, guys, this is a chance for stop watching on the sidelines and really win your way entry into this real trading world, right? So, subscribe to Hola Prime Global as well as a Hola Prime TV YouTube channel. So, you've got to subscribe to both of us. Just engage in the stream, and please tell us today why you think you should win, and make sure you write your email address in your YouTube bio so that we'll be able to contact you. Right, so again, you might walk away with a free account, and the winners, as always, will be selected during the live stream at random. All right. So
Sure
we will
is
be
paying
giving
to
a
watch.
10K during this stream. I just got that confirmation. So we will be giving away another 10K Forex account during this stream. So please engage in the chat there, and please stay towards the end. We'll give you a little bit of a heads up when we will announce that winner. Again, will be picked by random. And again, please make sure that you link your email account in your YouTube bio so we know how to reach you. All right. That's exciting stuff. This is it's like freebie month here at Hola Prime. So,
I was
Go
literally
ahead.
saying again,
these
another account.
opportunities don't always come around, right? So,
Yeah.
Right.
I wish
End
I
up
had
like
these
Elmer
free
FX
accounts, all
and
these
Martin
opportunities.
Lawrence.
I was trading back in the day. And Martin Lawrence,
Yeah, me too.
hopefully he's all set up now.
Yeah.
Good
That's
stuff.
right.
All right. Where were we? I was still blabbing on about my NASDAQ, where price could go. I think I'm pretty much done with that analysis. If you don't mind, maybe I'll just go through the other markets that I follow. And this time, just focusing on smaller time frames. I'll go through the UK 100 or FTSE, quick look at gold again, as well as crude oil, and then I'll pass it over to you, Tiger. Unless, Michael, you've got something to show on your side.
No, that sounds great. If I get the alert to move my stop loss to break even, I'll go ahead and do that for everybody. And in the meantime, I'll just go through some pairs so I can see if we got something else to set up.
Cool. All right.
Sounds good.
Right. Did we just go through the FTSE here quickly? Again, we've had this sideways gyration around this median line for quite some time now, since around the 16th of July. So that's last week. Again, we're looking at a 4-hour time frame here. This is what we call price vibration. It typically occurs around these median lines, and it is what we're seeing right now. It looks obviously very overlapping and sure. It still gives me a feeling the price has gone up pretty high now that we might still see this. All right. That being said, the high price creeps up. I'll probably have to start considering the idea that we're still busy with that third wave, then a fourth wave later, and then a fifth wave to the upside. All right. That being said, for as long as price stays below this high that was set on the 14th of July, and judging by how overlapping this price action is to the upside here, it's not really been moving much. It's up and down, up and down, up and down, sort of like a slight sideways grind to the upside. So I'm sort of the assumption that it would be really cool if we can get this drop into this area to then complete what I still believe could be an ABC. just giving us a much deeper discount to get into a price or into a trade, and maybe swing this all the way back to the upside again, potentially using this high as a target, or maybe as a dynamic target, this upward sloping median line. So that's on the FTSE. Let's quickly jump on over to gold. I actually want to use my high time frame just to look at the bigger picture again. Gold. There we go. I should not be on the monthly time frame here. Let's bring that into view. As we all know, and we've been watching gold yesterday and actually last week as well, trying to get opportunity to get into this move to the upside. And we obviously got that now. So I'm still thinking that we could potentially be heading higher, this D wave, but then an E wave to follow, and then get a breakout to the upside. The question is if this is, or this turns out the count that, or the, how can I say, the operating model or pattern that I've been following, whether it is a symmetrical or an ascending triangle, right? So for as long as price is below this high, or let's say create equal highs with this high that was set here on the 16th of June, I'm still working on the assumption that this could be the pattern that is currently unfolding in gold. All right, so we've nearly reached a 0.786 FIB retracement level, about 3,405. That's from that high 16th of June to this low on the 30th of June. Now, I don't really use retracements that often on the FIB side, but obviously, I'm not saying obviously, a lot of other traders do, right? And when you're dealing with trends, these internal waves typically terminate at very important FIB levels, since it is either to an end or ascending or descending, right? So another example of that, from that high to this low, look, it's 0.618 perfectly. But it does look like we're forming this formation here on the top, at least, where price is halting in its tracks around about the same sort of zone. So should we head even higher here, I'm still thinking we're dealing with that triangle. And then I won't actually expect a strong breakout out of there or this zone just yet. So then if we do get a decline, and we're expecting that a decline might unfold, and you actually do get a decline should price reach that area, then I think you've got a high probability of assuming you might get that last E wave lower and then finally a breakout to the upside, right? So just because the shape of it, of this entire sideways movement, it looks triangular in nature to me. That's why I'm sticking with that pattern. But to be 100% sure about whether it is a triangle or not, studying these patterns for quite some time, you can anticipate a D wave and where it might terminate, and if only then, if price then sort of reacts from that area where you think that D wave might be coming in and then heads lower, in this case in the bullish scenario, then only then you've got a high probability that you're dealing with a triangle. So it is actually a very, very long wait that you have to go through. You might think you're dealing with a triangle and all of a sudden something else happens and you were wrong all along. But in any case, it's been up and down on gold. We've got the directional sort of bias right intraday for a few days now. But I do start thinking we're getting very close to potential resistance. And I actually want to see that resistance step in at some stage. Give me that additional confirmation, at least in my mind, that that D wave's potentially in. And if that then happens, then you can start stalking an area where that E wave might end, maybe close to this upward sloping channel, or trend line, or at a FIB retracement level measure then between where you think the C wave ended towards where you think the D wave ended. And typically, price would then revert back to this 0.618 quite often, 0.786, giving you something like that. But obviously, price might move even higher. It might terminate there in the E wave. But we'll continuously update this chart, look at the progress of this proposed pattern as time goes by. So if you're interested in trading gold, please do stick around during these sessions as we keep on updating the price action. This chart or this pattern, assumed pattern, should I say, as time goes by. Now, if we have to look at just a smaller time frame, let's go back here to gold. This was where we tried to get in. No, we had this move last week, right? It was at Friday. Yeah. From that fair value gap, it retested actually on Sunday, and then we had a strong move back to the upside. We're currently sitting here with a pretty large fair value gap again that's been formed with this long ranging candle that formed yesterday. And let's just make that green maybe. Yeah. So we have another fair value gap. So now Control C, Control V. What's up here? Control C, Control V. There we go. Fiddling with my fat fingers. So that is a fair value gap. Price has technically just pulled back into it. Will it act as support? I'm not sure. Price is a little bit high up for me to want to get involved at the current price levels. Ideally, if we now can move lower, staying within this fair value gap, maybe hit the center median line again so we have a bit more extra confluence, not just a fair value gap to work with, then I might use that as a potential entry area. Again, don't just jump into a trade. I want to see some sort of decline where there's confluence and reaction. Now you can go to a smaller time frame. This is a 4-hour time frame. And you wait for a little bit of reaction. I know Tiger likes using a 30 or 15 minutes to drill down, even a 1 hour sometimes. So don't just want to jump in. If we can then see some sort of reaction, then I'll be willing to take a trade upwards. But price is too high for me to try to get into a trade just yet. It might be that price makes it even lower back into this fair value gap. And yesterday we were actually hoping that that would have happened. Remember, we were looking at an area that myself, Michael, Tiger, and I believe one of our viewers mentioned, all taken from different types of analysis.
Oh, yeah.
So this would be a really nice area if price can actually make it all the way down there. But judging by the strength of this move upwards, I'm not so sure. So let's see. I'm currently a little bit on the sidelines with gold, unless we can keep it a deeper.
I think that was the 33.5 level or 33.35, 33.31.
Yeah, 33.50 or 50,
yeah.
I want to say.
Yeah, I marked it out on my chart.
33. Well, I mean, it really depends which broker you look at. These prices aren't all exactly the same.
True. And whether it's
if we look at the candles, they're very similar. The area, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what else? Let's quickly look at crude oil. Crude oil is one of those charts I want to do a little bit of a deeper dive in. Maybe do the same that I did here on the NASDAQ a little bit earlier on in a much higher time frame, to try to get a bit more structure as to where price has been, where it's found support, resistance, and where it might potentially be going. I'm still thinking there's a good chance that price could potentially break these lows. Let me open this up a little bit. Remember, after that very strong drop that we had here in June, we had some ranging price action. Price broke out of it, dropped back in, up, down. I mean, now this whole thing is almost like it's some crazy looking range, right? Although it has been sort of moving upwards. So good luck trading crude oil as well, so I can say.
Yep.
I would like for price to gun for these lows, break below there, and then potentially start seeing if we can get strengths coming into this market again. I believe you were saying, Tiger, yesterday that on the sentiment analysis, or your analysis that you used, that crude oil was rather positive, right? Or was it negative?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's the same. It's still setting at a 6 for U.S. oil.
Oh, that's pretty, well, pretty bullish, isn't it?
Bullish. Yeah, anything 5 or higher. Yep, that's it.
Yeah, so it's just the long and short of it, it just looks very messy.
Yeah,
it is very choppy. So trying to figure out, I mean, what the hell's going on there, price structure wise. Good luck. I've got no idea, to be dead honest with you. I'll be perfectly honest with you. So might as well just set an alert around these lows.
When do they do oil? The oil report, is that usually Thursdays?
That's on Wednesdays normally.
Wednesdays? Oh, okay.
Yeah, crude oil inventories. And
I always forget.
I mean, we're going to look at these charts anyway on a daily basis, but I want to do a deep dive into this, maybe use some more market geometry and see, you know, where price could be heading. But crude oil is in an absolute state at the moment. Also extremely volatile, right? Look at these massive price swings, and then you get into these ranges. Price swing ranges. But anyway, so that's me for now, guys. Tiger, I don't know if you wanted to show us something.
Yeah. Let me just check a couple things.
See what we got over there.
Jump into your charts.
Yeah, I did just have an alert. Well, scare me. Yeah, I just had a pound Swiss supply zone get hit, looks like. So overall downtrend. We are pretty close to the bottom of that drop. So I would expect, you know, for some resistance to start kicking it at some point. But as of right now, pound Swiss giving me, what was that? I believe it was minus 11. So this is a very strong bearish. Now, of course, my first instinct is always to nitpick everything, right? So, yes, it hit my supply zone on a 15-minute. However, before it hit it, it did hit that demand zone underneath. So that's what, a 5-minute demand zone, I believe. Yeah, 5-minute with some pretty strong volume coming out of it. So we'll be a little more careful with pound Swiss. It's it's a 70 pip mover. So let me look at this on a little bit higher time frame real quick. So I did draw in kind of this trend line. Actually, need to adjust that a little bit. But yeah, I did draw in that trend line just so I can have an idea of where price is making some lower highs. I kind of feel like that's a little lower on the scale than I prefer. So yeah, as always, I draw in supply and demand zones, whether I'm going to take them or not. I just like to see how they react.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks really nice drop after that, after that base. But the reality is it's only about 10, 15 pips. So it's not that much. And then again, it did drop into this area. Low on the curve. I'm probably going to ignore this supply zone. Plus, there's a lot of action to the left. I think I might have mentioned the other day, I like supply and demand zones that are kind of out in space, out on their own, to where you look left and it's not immediately running into other price action. But yeah, that's just a lot of candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, that's a lot for my taste. Yep, I'm going to ignore that one. It'll probably just chew right through it anyway. I like to see price leave a zone and then kind of base around anyway to kind of create a master pattern indicator, right? So I'm not getting that on this. This is just a straight drop, and I mean I should say a straight, return. I should say to the zone. So, and as you can see, it's just chewing right through it. So yeah, I'm going to stay away from that. I did, however, want to go over my current trade setup. So I'm watching the NASDAQ right now. Of course, NASDAQ's still giving me a bullish, very bullish score of a 12, just like I think yesterday was the same. So on a 1 hour time frame, do have this demand zone right here. Pretty nice volume on the exit candle there. Price has returned. Again, it hasn't really done the master pattern price action I like. Excuse me. I mean, it has. If I just draw it in here on this broker, it would basically look something like this right here with my blue box. I am even getting this other one kind of right here on the smaller and more immediate time frame. So push up, push down, same thing, push up, push down. So it's currently bouncing in my zone. I just basically need, when it hit it originally, I was watching it on a 15-minute, my favorite, trigger candle spot. So as you can see, it formed a nice bullish tail underneath, but the next candle failed to break it. So it kept going down, right? So that kept me out initially anyway. Even though I got a really, that's almost, it's not a perfect candle because it does have a little bit of a wick above it, above the candle. If the body would have closed at the top, that would have been even stronger. But look, sellers did actually step in during that candle at some point. Now, the buyers stepped in harder, but the sellers did step in somewhat. So it just so happened the sellers won out on this candle as far as being able to push it back down and make a new low. So currently we've come below that low, picking up some more unfilled orders in this area. And then, of course, I do have my descending trend line just from these recent tops. So, yeah,
are you looking for a buy stop? Is that a buy stop order? Yeah, it is, right?
I have it in as a buy stop for the moment, just so that I didn't lose all my. I had put in all my stop loss and take profit numbers, and I just didn't want to have to redo it. So, yeah, I put in a buy stop for the moment, just a break of that 15-minute candle, so that I could show you guys my other trade that I've got working. So
yeah, I'm also quite interested in NASDAQ around there. Interesting.
Yeah. So that's essentially what I'm looking at. Give me a nice break there. See if we can get up to that point right there. Now the risk reward. So what I did is, because if I were to put the stop loss below the zone itself, it wouldn't even be a 1-to-1. Because like you were saying earlier, we got nothing above, so we got no way to really gauge what's going to happen on the other side since we're at all-time highs. So I just decided to take a look at where the volume started kicking in the hardest in that zone, and then put a stop loss under that candle. So if we go all the way down to 1 minute within that demand zone, you can see that volume starts really spiking right here on this candle. So all these previous candles, yes, they are part of this.
Yeah, I was watching that price action with the morning guys from the coaches. It was just insane. It's like bump, 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 bump. It's like,
yeah.
So that's also what we'll call a lot of inefficiency, because it just left over all of those gaps, and quite often that inefficiency then gets sort of wiped out again, which is probably what we're seeing right now. So I think you're on the right track there, assuming that we could potentially find support there somewhere and go back up again.
Yeah,
just my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, you're right. When you're at all-time highs and all-time lows, it's no man's land. So you kind of just got to get creative. You know, that's why I didn't incorporate the whole zone into my stop loss, because I'm trying to get it to be at least a 1-to-1. Because if I'd have had that down here, I mean, you see it'd been about a $90 loss versus a $72 win. So this is just over a 1-to-1. It is at the all-time highs. It is obviously high on the curve, but NASDAQ just likes to run off and leave us. It's been running off and leaving some of my higher time frame zones. So I'm trying to get closer to it just to get tagged in. So, yeah, I just went ahead and decided to put a horizontal line just under that, where that big volume starts jumping in. So we would make a stop loss just below that, if and when I do get tagged in. But yeah, if I would have placed this trade off the 5-minute, I mean, you see, I would have gotten tagged in right there. So that would have been a little bit of a premature or false move, because it turned around and retraced all that. So that's just why I like to use the 15-minute, because the 15-minute candle kept me safe.
Right.
So I feel like, and that's why I use the 15. I just feel like I trust it. It's three times the information, right? So now the other thing I'm liking about this potential setup, and really the only reason I'm giving it a shot, is because my RSI is getting me a pretty nice little divergence here at the bottom. All right. So we got low, we got a lower low, and then we got a low, and then we got a higher low. Right. So I do like that as a potential, the strength, the index, the relative strength. I mean, it's trying to curl around. So we'll see if that has any bearing on it. And then obviously that. So lower lows, higher lows, getting that divergence. So I do like that. So if I can turn around and break that 15-minute candle now, I would feel a little more okay with it. If I could break that 15-minute candle, even if this takes a couple hours this morning, if I can break that candle after it's broken this downward trend line, then I'd feel even better.
Right.
Or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, so sorry, I drew that kind of sloppy. Get a deeper pullback. Yeah,
that's a nazi after it's 2 tequilas.
Okay, so now we're breaking the trend line, but we haven't broke that 15-minute candle. Come back. There we go. Yeah, something like that. that would be a little better. So we're looking for me around, midday. Be around midday today. So that's what I'll be looking at. If it immediately breaks, it hasn't yet broke the trend line. So and plus it would be shrinking the risk reward even more. So I would kind of prefer this particular trade, but just slowly curves around during the course of the morning. Just my taste on it. So we'll just leave that set. I'm going to keep a close eye on that. What else did I have?
Nice.
I had my Swiss jab. Oh, of course it reversed on me. But no, the Swiss jab, this is the one I opened on Friday. It was up pretty decent. It's reversed. Go back to the negative. So we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, it did curl around pretty nice. There's that little cup and handle. I don't know. I don't really get into the patterns much, but it's starting to look like a cup of sorts. And that's 15 minutes. So. Yeah, it's just been basically going sideways. I mean, that was my entry point. Down, up, down, up. Trying to come down again. So I'm staying alive, boys. Staying alive.
Name of the game.
That's right. Yeah, I was just looking before the stream. So obviously today, Powell speaking. Now that's really going to be nothing, because I was looking a little deeper. He's just basically doing welcoming remarks for the banks as far as capital.
Yeah.
Here it was regulatory conference pertaining more and capital framework. So, It's not anything related to policy, remarks on policy. So that's why it's just a orange folder, news event instead of a red
it's not even a
folder.
red.
Yeah, exactly.
Agreed.
Yeah, so.
A lot of
Yeah, the only one that we really, actually, the only one that we really care about, get off the screen. I got a fly on my screen. All right, is Governor Bailey here at 4:15. Actually, in 2 minutes, that one starts. Is that right? Yeah.
Oh, that could be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was trying to find a link before the stream started, but they hadn't put anything up yet on Forex Factory. But
5:15 EST.
That's really the only thing today that might have any effects on the pound. But but yeah, I mean, from today to yesterday to today, I think my top setups is pretty well still the same. I don't think I've had a whole lot of change. Obviously, and that's obvious. I don't usually get a lot of movement on Mondays because there's really not a whole lot of news that comes out. And obviously, the fundamental algorithm ignores all the news events, the rumors, right? The Wednesday rumor, the Powell rumor, stuff like that, because it only cares about the hard facts. So, it's definitely normal for Mondays to just not move very much as far as that goes. So, but yeah, just kind of going through. Let me see here. Just a quick update on the alerts I do have.
All the big news events at least for US impacted stuff's only on Thursday, right? So
Thursday, yeah.
Yes, the PMIs. It's all about the PMIs. Purchasing Manager Index. Let me see. So for the dollar, so that one's at 845. It looks like it might be mixed, assuming they actually, nail their forecast, because for the manufacturing sector, and the good news for both PMIs, the manufacturing and the services, is we are in expansion territory. So the previous number for manufacturing and services was both 52.9 the previous time. So they are projecting the manufacturing to drop by 0.2, but the services to go up by 0.1. So a little bit of mixed data if those numbers hold. Of course, it's just like the weatherman or the lawyers. They get paid to lie, right?
Right.
Hey, Tiger, we got a comment from Stace Traders 21. Hello, by the way. I haven't seen your name in the chat yet. Thanks for joining us. How's it going? Been saying that Powell's remarks today could shift the market sharply, especially if there's any hint of future rate cuts or regulatory tightening. 100% agree, but I don't think there will be any talks of that. But any mention of those sort of thing, any hints like that, as we know, could swing the markets wildly. So you're 100% right there. It's just I'm not sure exactly if there will be any of that sort of discussion. What did you say? They're meeting with banks and stuff. Yeah,
Powell. So this is technically the Fed blackout period, what they call the blackout period. So they don't typically talk policy during that time. Now, these welcome remarks, this is an event hosted by the Fed itself. So that's why the exception to the rule, to the central bank's own rules, because it's their own conference. But again, they say it's about 30 minutes, largely regulatory conference pertaining more to banking and capital framework. So just the framework. And the fact, let's see here, that policymakers aren't supposed to be saying anything during the Fed blackout period. I wouldn't expect Powell to make any notable remarks on policy. Now, just because he's not supposed to talk, who knows? Maybe something will slip. Pretty tight-lipped as it is. We know he gives a lot of nothing burgers. But I'll still be interested to see what color tie he's wearing.
So that's about it, though.
That's about it. What are you interested in? I'll miss even that.
Yeah. But no, Stace Crazy, you're exactly right, because before I saw that, I thought the same thing. But yeah, it's technically the blackout period, so he's supposed to keep his lips closed on the policy stuff. But who knows? Who knows? Stace Trades, what you got? You put levels. What was that asset? Around 23,130, 23,250. I was just curious what asset that was for.
Isn't that on the NASDAQ maybe?
Let me look here. Oh yeah, probably. That's probably it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. Because I was just talking about it. So, okay, so they put 23,130. That would be, yeah. So basically, right there, the 23,250. I think so. Yeah, yeah. You're talking about the like a take profit area. Yep, 23,250 right up here. In fact, let me just go back to see the exact market lines I did. NASDAQ. Yep, right there. Yep, that's it. But yeah, like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to wait till this thing kind of curls around. I just want to see it break that downward trend line. And going back to that 15-minute candle right there. That's the one I'm interested in because look at all the volume that we had. I mean, we had a pretty good volume spike on both that candle and that green candle there. And then before that, you can see where the volume was in the overnight session, just very little. But then it started picking up, obviously, with the London session opening. So spike up, sucked in a lot of buys, and then price went the other way, right? Price took out some of their stop losses in this area. And then not to mention unfilled orders potentially in this area. It's not the sexiest demand zone when you look at the smaller time frames, but again, we're grasping for straws because I've had 2 or 3 demand zones on the higher time frames just get passed over. I'm trying to get in on a smaller time frame, and that's a great look at me. I mean, I just like the price action coming out of that. So just need a little bit of that manipulation on the smaller time frames, just like that and just like that, and then just do my thing. But yeah, I got that buy stop order in, so we'll see how it shakes out. But yeah, just getting back to my other alerts. The Nikkei. Yeah, last night I was given an example with Paul. Me and Paul were on for the quiet markets, and I went through an example that I was watching right here on this 30-minute time frame. So this was the zone I was looking at last night, right at the end of our stream, and I was sitting here before I knew anything to the right was there. I saw this, so we had a nice little fat doji candle, okay, with a big volume spike. And that started right before our session, so around 7:50 or so, and just going down. So going down a smaller time frame, was looking at it on a 5, I believe it was, yeah. So yeah, coming into the session, that was what we had. So 3 just fat candles, and then price kind of retraced. I don't know. I didn't dig too deeply on that. I didn't know if that was because of maybe some more reaction to the Japan election results from the other night, or you guys might know how Japan is really good or bad, however you want to look at it, about intervention with their markets, especially the currency market, their currencies. So, yeah, I wasn't sure which one it was, but either way, I thought, all right, well, we had some pretty dang good volume coming out of the area, so we'll see what happens when price returns. And obviously never got a trigger candle. So, yeah, it just chewed right through it. Even though we had this awesome volume right here, it didn't care. It just chewed right through it. So that kept me safe last night without getting a trigger candle. Trigger candles, man, I'm telling you, they keep me out of so many losing trades.
100%.
Just love it. But then, yeah, so basically on the Nikkei, I'm looking for a much deeper retracement. This is all just a bunch of crap. It really is. I mean, if that would have given me a trigger candle, I would have been in high on the curve, right? Kind of high. If I'm looking at this low point to this high point, so or diddle in the middle, I guess you could say. Now I do have this zone here,
Middle
but
in the
again,
middle.
this is just, it's just, yeah, because I look at this swing low and this swing high. So all this would be, you know, red up here and then the white when we're looking at the Hungarian flag. So just give me a pullback down here. That's quite a ways to move, but that's a really cheap price. I like cheap prices and cheap thrills on the Nikkei. So same thing. The price action looks quite similar on Bitcoin, to be honest. I did have
cheap
a
crab
demand
legs,
zone.
right?
That's right. Cheap,
Oh yeah,
discounted crab legs. Yeah, same thing. Bitcoin hasn't really changed. That's still sideways crap, just like the Nikkei, right? So not too interested in that. The NASDAQ, obviously, I got that buy stop set up at the moment on that 1 hour time frame. So we'll see how that goes on my GUI trades here in a minute. Euro, Canada, dollar. Let me see. Yeah, that one's still a 5. So you guys, like I mentioned before, I've got 5 different assets that are giving me a score of 5. It is a bullish score, but I just prefer the 6s because one thing goes against it and it moves it forward, right? I'm picky. This is why I don't get into so many
Bullish,
trades.
but not great.
Well, exactly.
No, you gotta be though.
Give me a very, yeah. It gets boring, to be honest with you. Like, damn it, why did I have to learn all these fundamentals? Because now I see why I shouldn't be in these trades. So it gets kind of boring. But look, when I take a trade, it's everything's matching up, and I feel great.
Yeah.
Don't win them all. But,
I would say that's one thing
how-
that you and I have in common for sure is that maybe you a little bit more picky than me, just a little bit, but
Yeah.
you know, I don't. It seems like I take a lot of trades, but I mean, I take typically on average like 2 to 4 trades a week. But you know, some people take 2 to 4 trades a day, and I'm like, I don't have clean setups that occur like that. Like I need a lot more context, and then like the way my filters are, right? Like when I need my 4-hour confirmation, it needs to have the reload, and by the time it has all of this, something doesn't match up, and then it's just a pass for me at the end of the day. So, yeah, same. And again, that keeps you out of a lot of bad trades. And nothing is more satisfying to me than seeing a trade that was close to setting up, didn't go because it would have broke your rules, and you don't take it, then it would have stopped you out. And you say, see, this is exactly why I would take that trade. Right. So that just reaffirms that whole process.
I just look at currencies as just a complete opposite in a way of futures or even stocks. But like I see them as more longer term trades because, well, first of all, I make a makeshift way of looking at volume with the VSA, but you know, from what I've read and from what I've studied, it seems like you know the big banks and institutions they look at it with more of positions versus intraday versus, you know, they're not in and out. They're buying and they may hold that currency for several months, maybe even up to a year. So, you know, before they start offloading or whatever. So it's just a little bit different of a mindset.
Like your A+ setups keeps you alive, right? Keeps you in the game.
Yeah. I mean, I probably have 1 to 2 good setups a week on the time frames I look at. Now, I you know, obviously for the purposes of the stream, I come down to the smaller time frames just so I can try to get some more action. But yeah, ultimately it's 1 to 2 a week. That's it. It's rare that I have 2. But yeah, that's it. That really is. Once in a while, I'll have 2 in a day. 2 weeks in a row, I actually had 3 in a day, and that's a rarity for me. that's a very rarity to have 3 in a day. Like that might happen once a year to have 3 in a day, but it's usually once a week. Once in a while, maybe once every few weeks, I'll have 2 in a day. So yeah, that's just kind of the thing. I just wait for the A+. And I'm fine with it because I don't have to be involved in all the action. I've done all the penny stock trading. Like I've gotten that out of my system. So just give me some good setups.
For me, it's
And
not.
I think that's
I don't
important.
need the action. Like I don't even care about that. I care about actually being profitable. That's what matters most to me. I don't care if it's one trade a week or one trade a month. As long as I'm profitable, that's the most important thing to me. I don't find joy in clicking the mouse or the hype. Like that was years and years and years ago. I'm focused on following my process, making sure that's together, and I know the money comes from that. So forget the action. I don't care about that. Action's not good in this sport.
Yeah, that's
for the
it's
most
a big
part,
mistake
right?
that a
Like
lot of
process
traders
is.
make, right? They want that action, and if they don't get that action, they want to get trigger happy and start executing trades that they shouldn't. Make mistakes, chase that sort of dopamine rush that you supposedly get. I don't think I even get those rushes anymore. Maybe if something really shoots in my direction and it goes really fast, it's like, yeah, that's awesome. But otherwise, not too much to get excited about. Obviously, love trading. Don't get me wrong, but not chasing that dopamine or that instant gratification. And the emotional aspects that come with it. If you can consistently, even if you're doing it slowly, make profit, at least you got that peace of mind. So I'd rather be in that state than in a constant I'm worried because it's not going well. What's going on? You make more mistakes and that sort of stuff. It's just not worth it, in my opinion.
You're not thinking clearly.
I think it's important to teach that too. I mean, so many people come on to streams and they want signals, right? Well, we're not a signal service. We're here to we're not here to give you fish. We're here to teach you how to fish, right? So, but part of that is just being selective and being patient. That's 90% of what I'm looking at. Hey, what can I do to stay safe? What can I find to eliminate the possibility I'd want to jump in this trade? And then, you just go down the list, just like an airplane pilot. Okay, this checks out. This checks out. This checks out. Okay, better jump in this trade. So that's the biggest thing. I mean, obviously risk size on a position, but also the most important thing is just the patience. It takes a lot of patience to sit on your hands. It really does.
It does.
And
lots.
It's funny because when someone would say like I'm impatient or whatever, like for whatever the reason may be, I'm almost appalled. I'm like, huh? Like I sit on my hands every day and don't take crappy trades. Trust me, I'm patient.
I mean, for somebody looking for more action, I would say honestly, the guys that teach the futures after us, I mean, that would be a little more action, right? So, go learn, go for that, because on currencies, it's just not the same. It's more selective and less trades.
I agree, 100% agree.
Well, it's good to know both. Like I said, I get my kicks off the penny stocks, right? As far as the action, but I'm over that. So just give me something that's a little more relaxed.
So Stay Straight's been once saying that she's just here. He or she is just here to watch us fish, which is good to hear.
Watch us fish.
We also got a song that just said hello a little while ago. I did not forget about you guys. Just to let you know, we will be giving away another 10K free challenge account later during our morning session. So please do stick around for that. Keep active there in the chat. And also just please tell us why you think you should be winning one of those accounts, right? There are a few steps that you need to follow if you do want to get this prize. We gave one away yesterday and last week Friday as well. So we're giving one away today as well. These freebies keep on rolling in. But to be eligible, please subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global YouTube channels. Make sure you do that. That's step number one. Keep active in the comment section. Again, tell us why you think you need to or deserve to win this 10K account. And very, very, very importantly, make sure that your email is linked to your bio on your YouTube channel, right? That's the only way that we can actually get hold of you. Otherwise, we'll have to pick a different viewer or subscriber. So that's very, very important. Again, we will announce a little bit later on towards the end of this morning session when that winner will be announced. It is picked by random. So if we do pick it, just make sure that you, again, linked your email account to your bio so we can get hold of you. All right. Yes. So sorry for interrupting there, Tiger, but we had a few extra viewers on board in the test just so they know to stick around until we announce one of those winners. Again, we also have a little poll going at the moment. Again, asking which phase is the hardest for you guys. Is it phase 1, phase 2, or none? I'm not bold for this, so please do participate in this poll as well. Try to keep as active as you can in the chat there. And again, good luck to one of you guys is going to be a lucky winner of a 10K account this morning. Gaming Mod also joined us.
Hello,
and Gaming Mod's asking, why should I watch you guys? Good question, Gaming Mod. Hopefully we can share some of our knowledge with you. Hopefully you enjoy the different trading styles. We all have different coaches. We do the Forex morning session, CFD sessions during London session. Then we have the New York sessions. We also have a pair of our psychologists that come up at a later time slot, and also some more guys to end the day off during the PM session. So we got a lot of different coaches, different trading styles. A lot of traders that are new to trading, don't really know where to go with their trading, especially when they, starting off. So I think it's quite cool to be able to view the different coaches, their different trading styles, and maybe there's something that resonates with you and that you particularly like to follow and learn from. But again, you might be a really experienced trader. Maybe you're just here to check us out. That's also perfectly fine. But yeah, just hopefully you enjoy the show. We are really trying our best. We're pretty new in the space with the live TV format, but we're doing really well. We've been giving away a lot of prizes, and we still will be giving away a lot of prizes until the end of this month. Maybe if you're a futures trader, stick around for the next round of guys that will be on after us to take you through the AM session. They generally have a lot of action going on there on the NASDAQ and the ES. I think they primarily trade those two markets as well as the micros on the future side of things. So they generally get a lot of movement there during that volume that you get when the influx at 9:30 when New York opens. So maybe stick around for that as well. Just, shop around, do some window shopping, see what you like, see what you don't. But we do hope that you do enjoy what you see at the very least.
Yeah, I would just add this. So you guys know that New York is the financial capital of the world. Well, when it comes to Forex and currency trading, London is the Forex capital of the world. So that's essentially why we're opening up the European session, right? Because this is the times that the bulk of the action happens. So just thought I'd throw that in there. I'm assuming that's probably why they had to start, on these hours.
Tiger, we got one heck of a cool response from Stace Trades 21. Read that out for us, please. Looked like he's in it to win it today.
That poll question's in my way. I need to figure out how to get rid of it on my. Or I'll just answer it. There we go. That way it can go away. What we got here? Why should I win the 10K private account? I've been ghosted by more trades than 10 matches. I still show up every day. Give me the 10K and I'll turn drawdowns into glow ups. Damn, that's the best one I've ever
I love that. It is. It really is. That is awesome.
We got a front runner.
We're gonna front runner. Again, just make
I
make sure that you got your email in your link in your bio, right? So if you are going to be today's winner, we need to be able to contact you. Also, guys, if you're not, we have not joined our Discord channel yet, please do so. We've got a thriving community on there. Fantastic support team, 24/7. So also, if you have any questions there, our coaches also regularly post there on the Discord channel. So please go and check it out. It's not just here that we on Hola Prime with, or that we chat with you guys, but we are very active on the Discord channel as well.
I have a buddy that used to be my neighbor. He's from Saudi Arabia, and he was always on Tinder. Always on Tinder. Every single weekend we'd go hang out, have a few bubblies, all of us together, all of his friends. And he would just constantly on his phone swipe, and he wouldn't even be paying attention. His thing is, I'm just going to swipe right on everything. That way, they're the one reaching out to me whenever he gets a response. Like, you dirty dog, you. Yeah, that was funny. But anyway, sorry about that. Just take a quick peek here. So EuroCAD, yeah, I still do have this demand zone a little further down on the 15. I like that area there. I kind of drew that out just a little bit ago. Would love to see, and this is, by the way, giving me the score of the 5, so we'll go with it. But yeah, love to see price come down and bounce into this demand zone here, because I don't think this zone here is strong enough to reverse price. But I could see it definitely bouncing off, come up, get some liquidity on the other side, and then come down, liquidity, unfilled orders, buy to the long side. That would be perfect. That's essentially what I'd be looking at on that one. Swiss Jap, that's the one I'm still in. So I'm going to go ahead and ignore that for now. I did identify a 10-minute demand zone a little further down. It's a little narrower, but it is inside of that higher time frame demand zone on the 4-hour, which has already been mitigated, right? So the 4-hour by itself, but the 10-hour is a little lower within the original 4-hour. So it's a little bit of what's my word? Confluence. A little bit of confluence here. Yeah. So, yeah. Gold. I know you guys have kind of been touching on already, but I wouldn't be personally interested in it unless it come down to the 3370 level. Possibly. Now, on this one, obviously, we've been talking about it all week. It's just been in kind of a overall sideways trend, looking at it on the higher time frame. Weekly over here on the right, it's just giving us nothing but a contraction box when we're looking at it on the extreme high time frames, master pattern contraction box. So basically, in the bigger picture of things, looking for it to move one way or the other, whether above that or below that. The bit to coin ratio is still a little bit higher for Bitcoin. I think I pointed that out yesterday. So not as interested in gold as I am Bitcoin, but that's still, that demand zone right there still does kind of fall right on these former high points. So, resistance becomes support. Resistance becomes support. We shall see. I mean, we do have that upward trend line as well. That could potentially act as some more dynamic support. So, yeah, I mean, I'm basically keeping an eye on that as well. We'll see if we can get price come down and hit in that area or something. That might be a potential area, potential trade. So we'll keep an eye on that. Not as interested in it, like I said, as I am Bitcoin. But Bitcoin, I just don't really have anything yet until I get down to that 2-hour demand zone on a smaller time frame. That's the one I'm keeping an eye on, right? And the immediate time frame. Just like I said, keep away from all this other junk. There was another zone here. It's already been mitigated and actually would have been a nice profit. So going to ignore that one and just look for that type of price action here. Blah, 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 just like that. Oops. Let's try that again. Bzz, bzz, bzz. There we go. So that's Bitcoin. Gold S&P 500. Am still getting a score of an 8. So this is one of my more bullish pairs. It's the second most bullish.
Looks like Space Trades 21 wants us to look at GBPUSD.
Pound dollar is giving me a bearish score of a -9. So let's take a look at that real quick.
That was bouncing, right? And you were looking actually shorting it?
Yeah, that's the one I took the small loss on as of Friday. Mm-hmm. And again, I was looking at that on taking that off that 15-minute supply zone, short sell right in this area. Wasn't the greatest, but I figured I'd take a stab at it. Now it did come up, kind of tag this 1 hour zone here. I wasn't too interested in that. Well, obviously it already wicked through anyway, because that's where I had my stop loss. But yeah, when you're looking at it on the daily, it kind of gave you a little bit of a break of that upward trend line. So a little bit of what you call a bear trap, right? Come down, people start to short sell in this area, think that's going to continue breaking down, but it's turned around and reversed. I think for me personally, I just want to see it like I kind of drew over here yesterday. I think it was actually this show on a 4 hour. So when we're looking at higher highs and higher lows, so here's our low point, here's a higher low, and then we pretty much made a double bottom on the lows, right? So I'm not really interested in jumping back into pound dollar unless we can break that low point and close underneath here somewhere. Now, if it closes in this area, now we're fighting a potential demand zone. So unfilled order, right? So there's going to be some buyers in this area. Ultimately, I'd like to see price break that whole zone and close down here. Because if it can do that, then now we've got lower lows. And then we'll pretty much have a lower high as well, which is that little spot right there. So give me a pullback into a supply zone up here somewhere as it forms. We don't know where it's going to form, but then I'd be looking for a short sell like that. Now this is a little higher time frame stuff, but again, I look at things from a more 30,000 foot view. So that's just where my comfort level would lie. Got our high point, and then we got a lower high, right? So now I just need a lower low to complete the rotation back into a downtrend. Because after that big uptrend, it's just been kind of consolidating, going sideways. And I know that when I move that, that's my weekly time frame. Sorry. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this looks better. So low point, higher low, even low. So over here we got a high point, a higher high, higher high, higher high, higher higher. And I just need price to make a lower high. Right here. So make a lower high and then finish off the lower low. In fact, now that I look at it, because I was looking at it on a weekly, I think it was. Yeah, you just give me a close below that point. That's all I ask. Because then I can get price to pull up maybe to one of these supply zones I've got over here. Right? Those are 4 hour supply zones. So this is just bigger picture stuff, right? Last green candle up before a sharp decline. Same thing over here. It's just on a smaller time frame. Let me check those supply zones out a little bit. But that's what I'd be looking for. Just give me a lower low. A lower low. Because right now we got two even lows. I need a lower low though. Got to have a close below all this nonsense, where this liquidity is going to be forming. And even if it comes down to this demand zone, that's fine. That's fine. The big banks step in perhaps if they're not paying attention to the fundamentals like I am. I mean, I know they are, but because the banks have to, kind of average into their trades. They may use that as a springboard to push up to collect some more liquidity for their ultimate move, which is the short sell. that all price does on the higher time frames is bounce between supply and demand zones. That's what the big banks and institutions are using as their spread. They're not like Richard and Michael and me or anybody watching this. They can't just get into a full trade like that because they're selling millions of dollars, perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars on any one trade. So they have to average in.
Yeah.
You got this overall up move, just as an example. Let me do this. I'm going to go up to a full screen. Get off my screen. Get rid of all my drawings. So, when you're talking accumulation distribution, accumulation down here, you get your trend phase and you got distribution perhaps in this area. We don't know that yet because we haven't had a lower high. But once we've established a lower high, then obviously we know the trend has shifted. But what big banks are doing, they're just selling a little bit, maybe in this area here, right, on the way up. Selling a little bit more in this area here. Selling a little bit more here. Because their overall move is to the downside. Because this is more of the distribution area. They did the same thing down here before they went to move price up, right? They bought some down in this area. They bought some more, looks like, right in this area. I need to turn off my magnet. Sorry.
Just quickly, Tiger, I just want to address some of those demands. We'll have a look at the NASDAQ as well as, which was the other one? Gold. In just a sec, guys.
Gold.
We got some stuff to show you there as well. But let's just Tiger finish there on the pound US dollar. And I've got a lot of guys been asking about the NASDAQ, so we'll definitely get to that in just a moment.
Yeah. But yeah, just to finish up, guys, this is bigger, this is larger scale stuff. Banks have to average into their trades. They ultimately want to push price up when we're looking at just this leg up, this big leg up, but they have to start buying in these areas. Wherever you see these little points right here. Buy a little, buy a little, buy a little, buy a little. Now they're going to go into the negative, but that's okay. Because at any moment's notice, they can move price in their favor. But if they want to make a lot of money, a lot more than Richard, Michael and I can even fathom, then they have to average in. So they're just buying a little, buying a little, buying a little, buy a little, and then at some point they'll favor. And then they have to offload their inventory up here, wherever they decide. So they're offloading right here on this high point. Offload some more before price rolls over and the process repeats. So that's just kind of a macro 30,000 foot view of supply.
You literally just went through my market maker cycle, just like a little bit different though. But that's exactly how I see it. That's the market maker cycle.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry I went off on a tangent, but I figured that would be a good thing for people to see, just kind of how the markets really work from a supply and demand, perspective, and inventory accumulation and distribution. That's it. That's just a bigger scale. Yeah. That's just a larger scale. Now, what I just showed on a daily, you can look at that on a 4 hour. You can look at that on a 1 hour. You can look at that on a monthly chart. But yeah, it's just kind of easier to show on a daily, I think, as far as how the accumulation distribution works. So I hope that makes sense. I hope somebody learned something about that. That's it. That's the way it works.
Tiger. Thank you.
Absolutely. As my mentor says, that's the whole business right there.
Yeah.
That's the whole business.
The accumulate inventory. We're basically a store. We're selling inventory. We're buying and selling. That's all we're doing. Accumulating inventory and offloading it at the premium value. So that's it.
Guys, Stace Trades 21 gave us a great comment. Says that he's in an ARB trade at the moment during the London Open. Opening range breakout strategy. Is that on the 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? And which market did you take that?
Oh.
On the UK 100, Stay straight 21. Let us know.
Or was it pound dollar maybe?
Could
They
also
mentioned
be.
that right before that. I love the dab
Was you?
icon. That's hilarious. SP King. I did not even know that was a thing. The dab.
Right, let's have a
great.
look at the NASI quickly, and then I'll go over to gold. Do you guys mind if I show what I've got on that?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, let's just switch to the NASI quickly. So very simply put, I did a long range or bigger picture analysis on the NASDAQ a little while ago, and even looking at the monthly time frame to kind of judge where price might still be going. Clearly, obviously, in a very strong uptrend. We are getting this downwards gyration at the moment on the NASI. I just want to go to a 4-hour time frame here. Using a little bit of market geometry, this is a little channel that I've drawn. I think this is going back to the beginning of this month already. And you can see that price clearly been bouncing around within the confines of this channel. And even the center channel line, which runs obviously through the middle of that channel, price has respected it, acted as support and resistance multiple times. Now, price did fall a little bit short of this upper channel. Again, this on the 4-hour chart yesterday, and has since now started moving lower. So we are heading towards this center or center channel line currently. So if we have to go down to a little bit of a smaller time frame, you can see price is not that far off that channel, center channel line. So that could potentially act as a sort of a draw towards price where price wants to go to. Maybe take out these lows that were set. I think this was during the AM session yesterday. I watched this live on TV when I was at home when our futures traders were trading the NASI and the ES. Very strong lift off to the upside. Very inefficient market. What does that mean? We have a lot of these fair value gaps, no overlapping price action, almost straight up, right? So not uncommon to see price then reverse at some stage and then retrace all of this inefficiency. What I'll personally be looking for is if price were to stay within this downward sloping channel. Again, I'm tracking this downwards move, looking at where potentially price might gravitate towards. And it does look like if we can get lower here on the NASI, that price might want to take out this New York AM session low, which was at 23,087.85-ish. Right, so if price were to continue lower, get rid of the magnet mode, do something like this, similar to what Coach Tiger was saying. Get into this upward sloping center channel line and this downward sloping lower channel line, maybe into this bullish order block. That for me personally would be a very good place to get long. Right, so this might all set up during the AM session. We also have a double top here, and this is what your smart money method dudes or your ICT guys would call buy-side liquidity. Typically, when you have on your NASI or the ES double highs, double lows, those areas typically gets ran against. So if this does set up like this, we have a bit of confluence between a downward sloping channel line and the center line of an upward sloping channel line. Price can get into that area, give us some sort of reaction. Who knows, maybe a bearish fair value gap that turns into a bullish fair value gap, like an inverted fair value gap type of thing, or a change of structure. What do I mean by that? Let's say price in this case makes lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, gets into that area that you're interested in potentially trading. But rather than just getting into the trade, you can then also wait for additional confirmation. So if price would then, for example, break a previous structure point, in this case a lower high, that could also be an early indication that price is getting ready to reverse to the upside. Even better is if you were to get fair value gaps that form while price is breaking that previous price structure to the upside, maybe use that as trade locations to get into a trade. All right, so rather than just jumping into a trade at an area, watch very carefully how price behaves. And if it does sort of, create all of these goodies, it's just, additional, how can I say, early confirmation that price is indeed getting ready to potentially reverse higher. So I would personally like to see the NASDAQ lower. I think Tiger, we're sort of looking at the same area with a similar sort of path, which is always interesting to see. So that's my thoughts on the NASDAQ. Gold, we looked at a little bit earlier. Maybe let's just go back to a 4-hour time frame. I need to get rid of my time zones here. But on gold, I've got a channel sloping to the upside, right? Failed to reach this upper median line. It is now pulling back. It's potentially giving us that pullback that we've been waiting for. I know the other coaches here with me have also been watching gold very closely. We have a very large fair value gap here on the 4-hour. This one that's a little bit smaller is a 1-hour fair value gap. So they're overlapping each other, right? It'd be nice if price could get into, I would say, the smaller one. What was that, a 1-hour? I mean, it's all over the show. Again, also a lot of inefficiency during this move to the upside that is potentially now getting retraced, right? Yeah, that was on the 15-minute. You can clearly see this pitchfork that I'm using, tracking this move to the downside, previously acted as support, a little bit of resistance, vibration around the center median line. So we can get another drop lower. Into this lower median line, where we have these fair value gaps that overlap each other, then I think that might be a good area to try to get long again, right? It has tested just now this fair value gap on a 4-hour, but it's also did that a little while ago. When was this? Actually yesterday. So a little bit deep into that fair value gap, I've got some other market geometry lines running up here. So a little bit of confluence between fair value gaps, in this case bullish fair value gaps, a bit of confluence between different angled market geometry lines. If we can get into a section or an area like that, get a reaction, again, maybe then drill down to a smaller time frame, see if we can get a price structure break. Fair value gaps that form as price does that to the upside again, then again, all of those sort of indications would be that price potentially, getting ready to finally reverse. So yeah, again, rather than just jumping into a trade in an area you're interested in, I like to see confluence between various things, in my case, fair value gaps, market geometry, using different angles, and then what does price behavior do? What does price behavior do when it actually reaches those areas? So you identify those areas, let the market come to you, and if it does come to you and it gives you some sort of reaction, then I'm all over it. That's what I typically like.
All the goodies.
So that's gold, and that was the NASDAQ. I don't know, maybe you guys got a different take on what you're looking at. Michael, maybe show us what you're looking at in gold. Are you still interested in gold, or did that pattern already play out? Are you waiting for a reload, as you call it, or is it off the table for the time being?
Nah, for me, it is definitely off the table for the time being. It kind of made that bounce off the 13 EMA, and I would have wanted it more off the 50. But I think maybe when we come back from break, I can kind of break it down just a little bit further and kind of see exactly what I was looking at.
I talk so much, I forgot about the break. Guys, we're gonna take a little break. Everyone in the chat, please do stick around. We do need to recharge our batteries as well. It's been a lot of talking. There's more to come, more market and price action to watch. We'll be away for about 15 minutes. Please do stick around. And remember, we're still going to give away the 10K account a little bit later.
That's right.
So please hang on around for that. Awesome stuff. We'll see you in just a second. Bye-bye.
All right. Be back, guys.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. And I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading, as well as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. And swing trading is a bit like surfing. When you're surfing, you've got to find exactly the right position in the surf, and swing trading is exactly the same. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight. But it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Paul, trading coach at Hola Prime, and this is a peek behind the scenes of who I am beyond the screens. I've been a trader for 6 years now, spanning from agricultural commodities to equity indices. My philosophy in life is to keep things simple, but not simplistic, and to seek clarity, not certainty. In the trading world, these concepts help me embrace a mindset of valuing action over doubt, staying disciplined, evolving with the markets, and maintaining self-awareness. The road to becoming a successful trader is a winding one, but with each twist, is an opportunity to reflect and grow. There are no shortcuts in trading, and as a coach, it is my mission to help guide traders down a clearer path to sustainable trading. As a new trader, sometimes the thought of earnings potential can outweigh focus on what truly matters. Long-term success stems from a system of patience, resiliency, and consistency. Two books I highly recommend that profoundly display these qualities are Mind Over Markets and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Outside of trading, I love going to the local beaches and golfing. They allow me to clear my head and have some fun too. Golf is a funny parallel to trade. It requires total concentration, adaptability to changing environments, and the majority of the battle is between your ears. You must have a plan to tackle each hole of the course, combined with sound mechanics to execute each shot. Comparably in trading, plans and strategies are important to build and refine, but precise execution matters equally. That's a brief bit about me. I look forward to seeing you in a live trading session soon and expanding our trading horizons together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
And we're back. What's up, guys?
We back.
We're back.
We're
like
back.
never left.
We're back live.
That's right.
Yeah, it was a bit of a quick one, right?
Yep.
Cool,
15 minutes flies by.
All right. Let's tackle this second half of our morning session. Hopefully everyone in the chat's still there. Remember that we're going to be giving away a 10K free challenge account today again. So please do stick around. And the viewer with the best comment will win today's prize. So we'll announce who that winner will be. So please do stick around. Again, make sure that you follow all those steps necessary to enter this giveaway. That is that you need to subscribe to the Hola Prime Global YouTube channel as well as our Hola Prime TV YouTube channel. Comment in the chat. Let us know why you deserve to win this prize. And again, please make sure that you link your email in your YouTube bio so we know how to reach you. Okay.
Yes,
and then again, we'll give you a little bit of a heads up when we're actually going to announce the winner. So again, please do stick around and good luck.
Good luck to everybody.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yes,
I was just seeing where I guess President Trump said that Iran is promising to build more nukes. So Trump said he promises to send more attacks. So, well, they're pretty bold over there, aren't they?
Yeah,
that'll be interesting.
It's probably going to send gold high again. Who knows?
On top of that, he just mentioned something about canceling Delta's and Aeromexico's contract. So he's once again making it harder for pretty much Americans and Canadians to come over here. So everyone's like, I don't know what it is with Trump and not liking, Mexico. But there's like, we actually get majority of our tourists from Canada and Mexico. So it's kind of weird to stop them from coming over here.
What was his reasoning for that? Did it say?
I think maybe he just woke up felt like doing it, like he does sometimes.
Wrong side of the bed.
Yeah, it's something like I don't know what's going on. And it was like there's obviously a whole bunch of things here where it's like, if you sent everybody back home, like you said, like there'd be nobody there to work on anything.
Well, that's why the first thing I do in the mornings is usually look at whatever it is he's put on his Truth Social post, because, man, it moves markets. Just those little tweets. He doesn't use Twitter as much, or X, but yeah, his Truth Social. Look, love him or hate him, everybody should at least get a Truth Social profile just so you can follow what he says, because it moves everything. You know, it's just a good idea to know what's going on, because obviously people are going to either panic or be happy and go out and move whatever market he's talking about. And you know, it's just good to be aware. I love to use that info because it usually scares price right into my zones, and I take the opposite end of that. So
Well, at least that's a good thing.
Trump's made me money.
That makes sense.
Just on his tweets.
Makes sense.
It's a crazy trading.
Well, if you can benefit from it, why not?
Why not? Yeah. Why the hell
Right,
not?
guys, I ended just before we took our break. I looked at gold and the NASDAQ. Is there anything you guys want to show?
Yeah, I was going to go ahead and break down what I was looking at for gold and some of the same NAS. Then I'll get into
please do
2 pairs.
Share your charts
and kind of go from there. If you can get my screen pulled up here, that'd be awesome. Let's see. Okay, sweet. So cool. So this is gold on the 1 hour. Very, very interesting. Right. For me, I would be interested in gold at a certain point, which I see clear as day. So let me just kind of start up here. Once, as always, guys,
walk us through it.
Once we get this 50, yes. Once we get this 5,200 cross here, right? And this is actually probably going to set up, not today, but it probably will do it. Once we get the 5,200 cross, you know, we are in level 2. And in this case, I'm looking for that bounce off the 50 EMA, right? So the 50 is the blue one, right? So once we get this 5,200 cross, the next thing we're looking, I'm sorry, let me change this because I actually just made a mistake. So we're not looking for the bounce off the 50. We're looking for the W off the, sorry, I'm one move ahead of myself. So actually what we're looking for is this move, right? So once the 5,200 cross, we're looking for that pattern off the 200, which in this case, it was this easy, what I would call head and shoulders pattern, right? So this thing went up.
Ugly one.
The next move that, then I'm identifying here is the bounce off the 50 and continue higher, right? So the next move for me, I'd be interested in gold once it came down and touched this 50 EMA and then gave me some type of bounce move from there, right? So it's kind of zoom in here. That move will look something like maybe this. Could be a W.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, though. It could just be a bounce. And then I will be interested in it once it closes back above the 13 EMA, of course. Put my stops below the swing point, and I would target this high here. That'd be a nice 2-for-1, right? So not a bad trade at all. In fact, I'm going to leave this up here. If this does confirm, we'll be all set. And we do not need a reload for this move. The reload, as I always mentioned, is only on the W's, M's, or half of bats off the 200, which we had. Right, you can easily see here. Price went below
Tell me,
it.
Michael,
Came back up.
blue line, the 50 EMA you got there. What's the price label on
this
that
one
at the moment?
Oh, yeah. So that is about 33.75.
Yeah. You see, this is exactly where we're looking at the moment. It's cool out all up, right?
Yeah. Get that extra confirmation. I love it. I literally love it. But yeah, this is the next move in the cycle. After the W, the move off the 200, you're looking for that bounce off the 50. So as soon as this does this, guys, I will be all over it. And it's a long on gold. I mean, I don't like the short gold often because everyone wants to buy it, but I would love it if it sets up this way. So this will be the move that I will be looking for. We have everything else. Yeah, so this what gold looks like to me. I would definitely take this if it sets up. So yeah, I'm gonna actually leave this on the chart just for future reference, and I'll just kind of keep moving it as it price develops. So that is gold. And then, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you don't mind flipping to my chart just for 2 seconds, I just wanted to show you guys.
Take your time. We got all the time in the world.
Yeah, I just want to show you guys the put to call ratio when it comes to gold. So, as you can see from this chart, you got a neutral sentiment in the middle, extreme greed underneath, extreme fear up high. So this is the options market for gold. So we're currently right there at the extreme fear. So when we're at extreme fear, this is a contrarian signal. So just yet more reason to, be looking for gold longs, which we all are. But that's just something I wanted to show everybody, just so that you can understand, wherever this chart is going, that's pretty much the decision, or that's pretty much the direction you actually want to place a trade. So it's obviously trending up, but that's because everybody else is extremely fearful. So the put demand is the highest. And not only that, the retail sentiment for gold is 85% short. So that's 2 contrarian signals that we have. So I just thought I would throw that little chart. Right, exactly. Yeah. So, and then obviously with gold going up, they're just getting waxed. So just thought I'd show that real quick.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Thank you, Tarka.
Now that can just go. That goes along with everything we're saying. If all three of us can somehow get our price point for gold longs, and we all smack that trade, that'd be freaking awesome.
Yeah, we'll start putting alerts smacked on our alerts as well.
Absolutely.
We'll copy that.
For sure.
But yeah, you can have the chart back. I just wanted to show that.
Gotcha. Okay. If we can get my screen back up here. Let me reshare my screen here.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. All right. So yeah, I would love if this set up this way. Like literally, I would love it. This would be a full position trade. I love it so much. This would be a main account trade. And when I say main account, that means it copies to all my accounts. So this would definitely be not just the next move in the cycle, but a super high probability trade. And I just want to point this out too, guys. If you remember, once we had this head and shoulders pattern off the 200, I was mentioning that I wanted to take this trade back here, right? Had price come up here and bounced off it like this and went long, I would have taken this trade. But I said that you can't, that's not a move. The move is to bounce off the 50 EMA, not bounce off the 13 EMA. So this was not a move, right? Like even though it went up, that's not a move I would take. So for it to continue and, possibly be in the zone for it to come now to the 50 EMA and bounce of it, I would love it to take that back here, but I don't care where it happens as long as it's in the cycle and it sets up the way it's supposed to. So, I just wanted to throw that back out there. I was trying to take that here off this bounce, but as you see, price never touched this 50 EMA. And it's never done it since we came out of this zone, right? So this would be, again, the next move in the cycle. And for me, again, like this is so important because it just lets me know, like everything of what I'm actually looking for, that if-then scenario, right? Kind of like when we took EA yesterday, right? Like same exact thing. Just knowing where you are in the cycle is huge. Because for me, once this 5,200 EMA crosses to the upside this way, I'm looking for that pattern, for that move, whether it's the M, the W, the W, the half a bat long, or the head and shoulders pattern. I'm looking for that move off of this area, and it's exactly what happens. Right, same thing here. After the move off the 200, the next move is the move off the 50. So this might bounce off this 50 EMA and continue long. I will be looking for that move as well, because that's the next move in the cycle. Right, so just wanted to point that out. Super important. I know also the other one was the NASDAQ. I want to say NASDAQ is really high for me, so I'm not really interested in this. Yeah, so I drew this out yesterday.
Sky high.
Yeah, I can't touch this high like this. I have no setup for this in essence. Like I don't, as I always say, I don't trade peak highs and peak lows, and for me, this is a peak high, so I wouldn't touch this at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even have a bias for it.
Michael, before you go on there, I just got word from the back end. So we'll be announcing the 10K challenge account winner in half an hour's time. So on top of the hour, guys, not far to go. Please do stick around. Again, the best comment telling us why you deserve to win the 10K challenge account will win today's giveaway. So not far to go, half an hour plus minus from now, and then we'll announce that winner. Again, make sure that you followed all of those steps required to enter into this draw and to be eligible for that prize. All right, back to you, Michael.
Yep. Nice. Sweet. Okay. Well, yeah, so I wouldn't really be too interested in NAS at all because, again, it's way too high. Stay away from this peak high and the peak low. As I mentioned, pretty much every day, I'm only interested in level 1 and level 2, and this is in level 3. It's at peak high. So me, I couldn't touch this trade. I would need it to, I'll delete all of this, actually. I would need this to end up topping out. So I will be looking for more of a move that looks like this. So maybe we got like one leg here, something else that retests it, comes down, right? And while it comes down, I will want to see this 50 and this 200 cross each other, right? So somewhere around maybe here, then we'll get that 50, 200 cross. Right, and let me just make this one blue just to kind of add some context here. All right, so I will want to see something like that. And then once price comes down, I want to see it come back and give me that M off this 200. All right, and I'll make this yellow just for a little bit more context. But yeah, I'll be interested in this move here, right? Because as you guys can see, that will make this the peak high. And I will be coming to retest this area, and I'll be interested here, right? And that move will look something like this, you know, something somewhere around here. This is the move I'm interested in. NAS 100 right now is way too high for me to take. Like, that's kind of into a dare the other day, right? I don't take because I'm looking for the move to happen like this, right? And I'm taking it here, right? If it doesn't do that, I'm just not interested. There's no telling how long this thing can stay up here. It could just keep doing this, right? I'm only interested when it breaks that zone, it drops down, right? So this is why I stay away from the peaks. And when I tell you guys, man, I have lost an embarrassingly amount of money trying to trade this peak. Seriously.
Yep.
So I literally stay away from it like the plague. I do not trade that for nothing. I'll leave it alone. That's why I think I might have mentioned how much it hurts this week that
learn to listen.
I do. Mm-hmm. I have mental bruises that you can't quite see, but if you could see
the
these
scars
bruises,
I
will be in a body cast. Yeah, in a body cast, in a wheelchair, neck brace, the entire thing.
It's all that diddle in the middle, right?
It's just ridiculous.
It's living in the middle of a Hungarian flag.
Know exactly what you're talking about. Believe me.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I do not trade that for anything. So when I see
We got a
a
quick
pair
quick
or asset,
comment, Michael. Does this mean that you're
Mhm.
you're not a day trader, but more of a position trader?
No, I'm in and out the same day, like 85, 90% of the time. Yeah, I try to close my trades every single day at 3:55 Eastern. Every now and then I'll swing trade it. If I take a trade on the 4 hour
Mm.
chart, like I almost took Euro CAD on the 4 hour chart the other day. And actually, my alert is still up here.
Yeah.
You just never, I never deleted
I
it.
guess the difference here is,
So
but you do wait for your setups, and you don't necessarily have to trade every single day. You know what you want to do. You wait for your setups, but then when you do set up, you don't know which day that's going to be. But if you do take it, you're in and out on the same day, generally speaking.
Yeah.
So
Yep. 90. I'd say
okay.
85, 90% of the time. Yeah, because I'm primarily trading off the 1 hour and the 15-minute chart, so that's in and out. But again, every now and then, like, hey, EuroCAD actually set up the way it was supposed to. This is a 4 hour chart, so had EuroCAD closed at this area and I took it, and I would have held this to the next session. This is if I take trades on a 4 hour chart, I probably won't close it the same day. I'll hold it to like the next day or the day after. But definitely not over the weekend. But that's the only exception to my style. If I get a 4 hour setup, I can swing it.
Gotcha.
Because it's technically not going to go that fast in the same day on a 4 hour trade. So that's the reason for that.
Yep.
But yeah, so NAS again is way too high for me. I can't touch that. Moving on to AUD CAD, which is the trade that I'm in now. Just want to cover some things really quick on this, and it's really about I say just patience, right? So do you know how much patience it takes to not just be in a trade or wait for your setup to appear, but once you're actually in the trade to hold on to it, right? Like the old me, guys, it would be so, I would want to have closed this trade already, like seriously. But one thing that helps me out tremendously is the fact that, one, I move my stop loss to break even, so I have no risk on the table, right? So that element of, I would say the FOMO there, or the greed, fear of missing out, fear of being wrong, fear of losing money, those 4 fears that Michael Douglas talks about in Trading the Zone, it's minimized tremendously when I move my stop loss to break even. Like just simple point, mentally, emotionally, I'm not as stressed out about it because, one, I can't lose at this point. Like this is a risk-free trade, right? That's just first and foremost. I took the risk off the table by moving my stop loss to break even. Secondly,
I get more excited about that, Michael, often than I do actually making the profits.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Peace of mind.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then it can do whatever.
Peace of mind. You're not really worried about it. Yeah. So secondly, in addition to that is, taking some profits off. Like on this particular move, I took only a quarter off, right? So I took a quarter off of the move already. So not only is this a risk-free trade, so I'm not worried about being wrong or losing. I have made money already. So I'm not, of course I want to make the rest of the move, but I've made money already. Like no matter what, I've paid myself on this position, and I deserve to be paid. I followed my process, followed my rules, and I was patient, and I executed, right? And when I tell you guys I executed this trade damn near perfect, I mean that, right? So, and this is again where the patience comes in at. So I took this trade right here, I took it at 2 positions. So one of them is in at 21, right? My other position is in at 25. So that is right here at this 800 EMA. Right. So when this position closed and it pulled back slightly, I mean, I was 3 pips off from like nearly a perfect execution, which you can't time that. Who knows if it was going to come up here? But my pullback area, right? First position was the close below this 13, and then my pullback area was the 800 EMA. So once they did that, I executed my second position. So I'm fully in this position now. And then again, I've moved my stop loss to break even. I'm taking some profit. So huge peace of mind at this point. I'm not really worried about what happens. Absolutely. And I still have 75% of my position on for in case it continues to run. So I just love being in this position where 3 things have happened with one simple execution strategy. Move stop loss to break even. I'm not worried about losing. 2, I've paid myself, so I've already made money on the trade. And 3, if it continues to go my way, I'm still in the position to make more money. So those 3 things allow me to hold on to this trade with monk-like discipline.
Yeah. Monk?
Awesome. Michael, just quickly, just want to remind the viewers, we got 20 minutes to go until top of the hour. We're going to be giving away the 10K challenge account. It's a free challenge account, so please do stick around. If you've been active here in the comment section, please keep it up. We're going to be giving it away to one of the best comments that we think deserves this prize today. So keep at it. Again, thanks for watching in the first place. I hope you're enjoying the show. And again, to participate, you need to follow the following steps. It's on the screen right now. So you need to subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV as well as Hola Prime Global YouTube channels. That's step number 1. Step number 2, which you've probably been doing already, is keep on commenting in the chat. And please, guys, make sure that you linked your YouTube to, your email address to your YouTube bio so we know how to reach you to give you your prize. We'll have to pick someone else in that situation. Again, the winners will be, or the winner will be announced on top of the hour. So that's around about, less than 20 minutes from now. So again, please stay tuned. Keep on dropping those comments, and let's see who takes away to this morning's giveaway prize.
Who's getting it today?
Yes. You guys got 20 minutes. 20 minutes, guys. Make sure you drop those nice comments in there so we can pick somebody and end up like Elmer FX, and Martin Lawrence in this session.
Yes. Got some cool names going in.
That's right.
Yes, for sure.
Yep. Well, Michael, you definitely got the big banks in your favor, because on the Aussie dollar, they did have a minus 1.17%, meaning that's the increase in shorts. And then on the Canada dollar, they did increase their longs by 0.47% last week. So that's definitely going in your favor for that Aussie Canada short.
That's good information. Good information.
Just thought I'd throw that out here. It's currently showing a negative 3, so not quite a bearish. Yeah. But it's still bearish. Just slightly bearish. So, that should be in your favor.
No, I love that, because I mean, obviously we all think we can read the chart great, and with our own system and our own process. I've been trading this exact style for quite some time, so as you guys can see, I can give a very thorough explanation of what I'm looking for on the chart, because I've been looking at this for so long. And when I see my setup on the charts, like how I'm looking at it now, right, and then you, Tiger, or Rich, you guys kind of tell me something about fundamentals, because to be honest, outside of the news, red folder news, I'm not really a news person. Like fundamentally, I'm doing 95% of my.
Yeah, your system, I mean, it's so mechanical, though, especially on the smaller time frames. It's really, I don't think it's even that big of a deal. Like, obviously, when you do the swing trades, it might affect it a little more. But when you're on the smaller time frames, your mechanical system is just excellent for just a straight up technical trade. So That's one thing I do admire about the week.
Once I avoid the red news, that's really it.
Yeah,
that's really it. I just avoid the red news, and I typically should be fine. But yeah, I always like when you tell me that. Like sometimes, say for example, before I took this trade, it would be like, cool. I'm going to start looking at the edge finder, right? And instead of me looking at the edge finder first and then going to the charts, I'll probably do it the other way around. Like look at the charts,
right,
and say like, all right, AED CAD looks great. It's a setup for shorts. I wonder what the edge finders is. You know what I mean? So I might approach it that way. But I do want to add that to my repertoire for sure.
Yeah. I'll connect with you off screen about that.
Sweet.
I see Christopher Doyley's joined us again. Christopher, I hope you got sorted out with your issue yesterday.
What's going on, Christopher?
I see you were on Discord.
We tried, brother.
We tried.
We tried.
We've got an amazing support team, so hopefully everything is sorted out. And Stace, is it Stacy or Stace Trades 21? I got cooked on the old CAD last week. Yeah.
What did you do, Stace?
I stay away from trading Forex, to be dead honest, but these guys are the pros in that regard.
Strength short plays, I do.
Yeah. So this particular setup, just to kind of close it, I'll move on to something else. The moves are expected, right? Like, I guess I'll say the old me, once this move gets all the way down here, I move it, my stop loss. And I'm going to take this off. It was so close. What I don't like, guys, is time is a little bit off. So although this alert is still here, you see this came down to basically the pip. I would hate to miss out on like this to come all the way back and take me out. And I didn't move my stop loss to break even over a pip like this. So typically I would just move my stop loss to break even if it's this close. Right. So I'm actually already at break even and I took partial, so I'm going to take that off. But my point is, it would be very difficult to be here and then see this pull all the way back. Everything in you is telling you, oh, just close it, just close it. When I say I'm up on, I have this on all my accounts. I mean, I'm probably floating. No problem. Bless you. I'm probably floating like, no lie, guys, like $7,500 right now. So it takes everything in me not to close this trade, right? When it pulls back all the way up here. Now, the thing is, I know, or at least I'm predicting these bounce points throughout the cycle as well. Because just how I draw that, when I draw this cycle here, right? Typically, I am taking this and this is the move that I want to take long term, right? 1 hour chart. But at the same time, this is also happening. The same pattern in a way is happening on the smaller scale in the intraday chart, right? So when I see this move happen down here, right, and they're expecting it to pull back to this area, right? We got this blue tracer here, right? So I'm expecting it to come about right here. And if you look, there's no coincidence that out of all places, price went literally to this exact point. Exact point. Because the people got the move right, they moved their stop loss all the way down here. So they ran and grabbed them really quick and then pulled them, they're pulling away now, right? So I'm expecting at least 2 more of these moves, right? So it should theoretically look something like this. Run down, pull back, run down, pull back, and finally drop, right? I'm expecting something like this. So when I see the small pullbacks, it doesn't really affect me that much. And as I already mentioned, I'm at break even, so I can't lose. I've already made money. You know what I mean? So I'm not really too worried about it. But what I'm really getting at is the fact that these things are really, really, really expected. Like the pullbacks are so awesome. Expected that
yeah, it's not just one straight line.
You can kind of. We wish it would be one straight line. We wish.
So there's little pullbacks that gets the better of some of us sometimes.
Yeah.
Michael, before you
And just
continue,
imagine,
there,
right? Uh-huh.
I just want to address
Go right
quickly
ahead.
some of the comments here. So Christopher Doyley
Okay.
says that he's been sorted out, and you're more than welcome, Christopher. We've got a great support
Nice.
team
Sweet.
behind the scenes, and to all the other viewers here that has not won a prize, Christopher Doyley is one of them. So that's to prove that these accounts are given away. And again, just a quick reminder, 10 minutes from now, we'll be giving away the 10K challenge account during this session. So we're giving it away to another lucky winners. Again, please stay around for the next 10 minutes or so. We'll be announcing the winner, and we'll be looking at who provided one of the best comments there in the chat section. Right, again, to join, if you haven't done so already, please make sure that you've subscribed to both Hola Prime TV and the Prime Global YouTube channels. Keep on dropping your chats there during a live session, and make sure that your email in your YouTube bio has been linked so we can make contact with you. Otherwise, we would not know how to actually get you your prize. So only 9 minutes to go, guys. Do stick around. Very exciting. I think this is our third one we're giving, right, guys? I also
Yes,
believe there will be some
Elmer
more given
FX,
away during
Martin
the
Lawrence.
future session later on. So if you don't win anything today, keep coming back or just watch the other coaches as well. There'll be more prizes to follow as well. So very exciting. We also got another comment here from SB King. He's asking a real question. If I win this account, can I trade it from a beach in Bali, or do I need an internet first? Well, I definitely think you need the internet, right? But
Or
you can definitely
like
do it
Michael.
from anywhere.
Michael's got,
that's for sure.
do like Michael. Michael's got Starlink, so just get your Starlink.
Michael's got
Right.
Starlink, and with his beautiful view, you can maybe go get a deck chair and lie there by his pool.
Yeah, he probably rents you for cheap.
That's right.
You know, part of his beach.
Dude, you come all the way out here, you can have it for free. I pay for the unlimited part, so you can jump right on the stream. Don't even worry. I got you.
Awesome.
Back end, if you don't mind, flip over to my chart real quick. I wanted to kind of follow up on Stace Trades. They gave some levels, and I just wanted to kind of point out what they're doing here and see if we can help any, because they said they got cooked. I think it was cooked on a Aussie dollar Canada dollar trade, right? So whenever that gets flipped over, I'll just go through this real quick. Maybe this will help.
And yeah, that'd be cool too. Afterwards, maybe if they can point out where the date they got in and the levels, and I can kind of probably
they put the levels, but I wasn't sure about the time frame. So, but I still put the levels on here. So when we get my chart
Always good to go and review, and also maybe get a fresh pair of eyes on that, right?
For sure.
That's right. That's right.
For sure.
So yeah, so they put that it's been in a downtrend for several time frames. So they looks like they got in right here in this white line, 88.915, targeting the 8800 level down here, or 8880. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So you say multi-time frames, it's a downtrend, and I would definitely agree with you on the 1 hour, the 30 minute, the 15 minute. But only thing I would recommend is to flip it to a daily, because when you flip it to a daily, this is Chop City, right? I mean, it's kind of very gradually grinds up here. It very gradually grinds down here, but that's just, that's about 100 pips of, sideways action if you're looking at it that way. So, I would just do that. I would just look at your daily, your weekly, because sometimes you'll get a different picture. It doesn't look so downtrend now, does it? So I just wanted to point that out. That's something I would definitely recommend. Just kind of look at the higher time frames. I know you don't necessarily trade the higher time frames, but just looking at the context of it. Yeah, a lot of people are getting chopped up in this 100 pip range right here, 100, 150 pip range. Right. So that's why me personally, that's just why I'm so picky about waiting and shorting something up above all this chop. So short up here or buy down here, depending on what the fundamentals are telling me. So just thought I'd share that with you, Safe Trades. And I hope that makes sense. But yeah, just always keep in mind, the highest the time frame, the strongest those moves really are. The stronger the support and resistance lines are if you're a support resistance trader. The stronger the trend lines are if you're on trend lines. The stronger the supply and demand zones if you're like me and supply and demand zones. So, yeah, for me personally, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole unless it comes up to my supply or down to my demand. But that's just me. Just, as always, you can do what you want, but hopefully that gives you a little more perspective on the trends.
If you could, Stacy Trades, I'm curious to know what day you took this trade. I know it's shorts, and then like what was your entry price, if you could. So tell me what day you took this trade and your entry price, and then I wanna add to this some context to it.
Yeah,
because a lot of the times, I'll be honest, it's going the other way. Like you should be on the short side or the long side. Maybe it was a short, but we can kind of see, where it was and if it was actually even ready just yet to be taken. Because, like when I do my check downs, it's a lot of filters there, right? And you want to be on the right side. And for me, a lot of it determines on like what price levels is at. If there's a yesterday's high or low in a way, if it's exceeded ATR, if it's exceeded ADR, and then the EMAs as well, right? Like it might not be a reload. Right. So it's a lot of conditions there that, would kind of put it to a point where, yes, it's short, but it's not ready just yet. Like kind of like,
Guys,
yeah,
we'll be back
I can
in
smell
1
the
minute.
food.
Just sort something out quick.
Okay.
What's that?
Like I can smell the food in the oven, but it's not ready yet. It's still cooking.
Right.
Right.
But yeah, and then. That's right. It's got to be well done. Like I like my steak, and I might catch hell for that because I know everybody likes medium and pink in the middle. I don't. When I eat steak, it's got to be well done. I don't like it mooing at me.
Right.
That's
okay. Stacy says it was Trump's firing remark, but don't remember my answer.
Oh yeah.
It was a huge spike at that exact time. It was a spike on on it. Let's see.
Yeah, let's.
Oh, I can probably tell. It was probably somewhere right here. It was probably somewhere around. So it looks like you might have taken that on Wednesday, July 16th. Right here, we had this huge spike. So if you were short,
so that makes
you probably went short somewhere over here, and then got stopped out with this huge wick that ran up here. That's probably what happened.
Yeah. So that was Wednesday.
Confirm if you can, Stacy Trades. Let me know if that was about right. Looks like it's somewhere around here. Because if you were in short and you got this huge wick, this would have got you for sure.
Let's see. That was Wednesday. Yeah, right here. This is probably where you're at, Stacy. Right in this area. So. Yeah, right up in here is 10 a.m. Yeah, this is where all this go happen. Now, it doesn't look as bad on Aussie CAD like it does on all the other currency pairs, but that's because Aussie CAD isn't, I don't think it's one of the faster moving pairs. Yeah, it's only 50 pips of average true range throughout the day, but yeah, I mean, still, if you're looking on a smaller time frame, 5 minutes, just as an example. Zoom back into that spot. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, this is where those rumors started coming out. Oh, Trump's firing Powell. He's firing Powell. And then it's kind of – and then he had to come out and say, oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. So here we go. Trump, fire Powell, fire Powell, fire Powell. No, I'm not. 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 That's literally how that
Tiger.
Yes, sir.
Guys, we are approaching the top of the hour. And guess what time it is? Time to give away a 10K challenge account to our third lucky winner during our morning Forex Fire sessions. And today we have chosen, drum roll, 3,
Drum roll, please.
Stace Trades 21. Welcome.
Hey.
Welcome. You've won today's 10K account. You are the winner. Congratulations.
Hey.
These prizes keep on coming. They keep on giving, guys. Well done, well done, well done.
She had us with
Nice.
the tender
Congrats.
swipe. Stacy did. Yeah. So we swiped right on you, Stacy Trades.
Yeah, that comment was
Swiped
very,
right.
very funny and really well done.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're still hanging around and you haven't won one of these accounts just yet, just please keep on coming, guys. Keep on coming until the end of this month, maybe even later. Who knows? If you feel more generous. We're also giving away some more accounts during our futures sessions with the other coaches. So again, well done, Stacy Trades 21. Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Oh, he said I'm a he. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Stacy Trades.
You know what? So I have a sister, and her name is Stacy, and it's spelled Stacey. So that's why it threw my brain for a loop, because I was automatically thinking of my sister. Apologize.
Well, Stacy is a unisex name. Yeah, Stacy's a unisex name, like Jamie. So yeah.
It's like
anyway, congrats.
You just gotta make
Congrats,
Stacy.
Well done. So yeah, just stay tuned. We will be reaching out to you via email. Again, if there's any issues, just reach out to our support team. You can either find those details online, or you can join our Discord channel if you haven't done so already, and go ask any questions if you have any issues setting up that account. But our support team will be reaching out to you via email, and all your details for that 10K account will be within that email. So yeah, again, congrats. Well done. And thanks for watching.
Congrats. Yes.
Elmer.
Yeah, it looks like he also did. Oh, my bad.
Elmer FX, he made $59 on his first week. That's what he told us earlier this week.
Yes.
So,
Nice.
And what was the name yesterday?
Martin
Lawrence.
Martin Lawrence.
All right, so we got Martin Lawrence. Now we got Stacy.
The actual actor, Martin Lawrence, guys. He's watching us.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Is he actually still alive?
I like Martin. I used to watch him.
Martin Lawrence.
Yeah,
the comedian.
Yeah, he was on Breakfast Club a few months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Him and Will Smith.
I'll bet that was fun. Good deal.
Good stuff.
Oh,
but I was gonna say it looks like we did. Stacy, he did say that that point that we pointed out on the charts with the rumor, that was where he got in at. So makes sense. Unfortunately, stuff like that, it just sucks. You kind of can't do anything about it. That is one of the things of Trump and his tweets or his messages, that something like that can happen, and it's kind of bad timing.
You can't.
Not too much you can do about
forecast that happening at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again,
you guys remember?
I mean, it's not just him
AUD
either, right? It's like
long,
I've been many times in a trade where something comes out, you've no idea, something happens.
Yeah.
Boom.
And it was every currency. I mean, it's even crazier on things like the euro dollar, right? Rumor, Nabi, that wasn't me. Pound dollar, same thing.
What was that famous one where was it the Swiss many years back?
Where they pulled the plug on their
interest rate. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's where they depegged from the dollar, wasn't it? So that was let's look at dollar Swiss, and then let's go to a daily time frame. Actually,
you guys won't believe this, but you part of my journey of getting here is I had this one mentor who he lived in Florida, had like a mansion and everything. And I like went to his house, paid him to try to learn like the strategy. And it was basically a set and forget strategy where you take a trade and you go to sleep and the next day you're supposed to be in profit. Would you guys believe that I was in that trade and blew my account with $7,000
wow.
with that strategy.
When they depegged?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, it blew my account.
So it's
$7,000.
It's
I watched
it's
that
ironic
happen
you
live
asked.
as well. Funny enough.
I did too. So, well, I was in my Forex class while this happened. So yeah, you guys can see.
Did you ask for a refund?
And this is dollars. No, because so I actually placed a trade on the way down, and that was my first profit because they gave us some small money accounts in our actual class. But I mean, yeah, that was a freaking, what was that, 1,920 pip drop just in that one day alone. Right. I ended up shorting it right around this area on the way down. So that was before I had my risk management and my actual strategy. I'm like, oh, it's going down. Let's jump on. And I made a few bucks. But so, yeah, 1,920 pip drop that day. I think Euro Swiss was even worse. Let's see here. Yeah, Euro Swiss, I believe, was. Look at this. Look at this crap. So this over here, I believe in 2011 is where they put the peg on, if I remember right. But then you go to where they took the peg off. Yeah, let's measure that. Let's measure that. So that's 2,357 pip drop.
Wow.
Because essentially what they were doing was they had the price pegged at 1.20 for the Euro Swiss. So everybody knew that they were safe to buy down here. So people were buying and buying and buying and buying and buying. Well, because they were told that it was pegged at $1.20. And then all of a sudden, the Swiss bank said, "Nah, we pulling the plug." So when that happened, like 2 of the 3 largest Forex trading firms, I think that was 2 of the 3 largest ones, went insolvent just like that. So, and then not to mention all
one was
retail
FXCM.
Yeah, and that was actually the platform that we were using to learn the Forex that week.
But they're still around though, aren't they?
They are. They're not in the U.S. anymore.
I think they got bought out by Forex.com or something like that. I think Forex.com accumulated them.
Gain Capital or something. But no, I really liked that platform. I was able to use it for a while, but yeah, they eventually left the U.S. because of whatever. But yeah, a lot of Forex firms lost a ton of money on that move right there. And then, of course, over time, it would eventually. Yeah, that's the blackest of black swans. Yeah, I mean, it eventually made everything up, but it took all the way until it took 3 years to make up that move. 3 years and 3 months.
Yeah,
to make up that move. So it was, yeah, that was a fun class. Needless to say.
Well, an experience to witness it live, right?
Started my trading career with a black swan event. That was fun.
I was going to say from that day forward with that mentor that, again, I woke up the next day. I'm like, what happened? Like, oh, my God. Like $7,000 lost after I just paid him, right? And I'm like, I'll never forget. That was one of the times where I'm like, you know what? Maybe this is not for me because I don't have money, disposable income like this to just be throwing down a damn drain. Right?
Yeah. I
was younger, a lot younger then too, so it was ridiculous. So yeah, I will never ever forget that.
$7,000. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
After paying him
that
3, so I lost 10,000 on that whole move.
Oh,
Goodness gracious! And you still came back for more.
you still came back.
Yeah.
He's like, that's a true masochist right there.
That's why you're here today, Michael. Persistence.
Yeah,
Seriously.
we gotta be a little.
Is it persistence or you're hard headed?
No, you see my what's the name in the back? Ambition, discipline, success. That's why I got this on my wall. This is everything.
There you go.
I think all traders has been around for at least a period of time. You know, it's got some horror story that stands out, right? So,
yeah. I tried getting in a Turkish.
I lost my entire trading account to a fraudulent inside trading brokerage that actually supplied fake trading platforms and account statements, and they were sort of, telling you were trading. You would get statements, everything like that. Yeah, I lost my entire trading account like that.
Dang.
2014, I had to rebuild.
This is the DAX trade I'm looking at. I'm trying to hit a 4-hour zone that's buried in this daily zone. It looks like we were getting a pretty nice spike down. So that's another one of my longer term trades trying to shape up. I think it was up here when I started talking about it, but starting to get that retracement. Contraction box here. Price went up. Liquidity up here. Push it back below the box. Collect liquidity. Come on down to my demand zone. I'm waiting for you. Buy that to the long side.
Gotta love it.
Yep. Aussie dollar supply zone. Yeah, I think I went over that one already the other day. Euro Jap. Got another demand zone down here. 2-hour time frame. Collect all this liquidity under these lows. Come down and get the unfilled orders for the long side. Yeah, but as far as near-term stuff, yeah, it's just really about the still looking at the NASI. Oh, I need to go look at my other platform too, because it might be getting a little close. Oh, okay. So it tapped me in while I was flapping my lips. Yeah, because I had that buy stop right there. Well, that's fine. We'll see what she does. Sitting at a 1-to-1. Basically what I'm going for, just something simple. Break of that high right there. So it tapped me in. I thought I'll just leave it to chance. Now, honestly, I would have probably
leave it alone. It taps you in at the price you want. But if you jump in early, it ends up would have got you anyway. It's like you might as well get the the better entry.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're looking at the 15-minute, I put a line down here that would have been another good spot to get in, a little lower off of that demand zone, which I think it was the same candle you were looking at earlier, if I remember right. But, yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. Not getting such a good wick to start, but it is on declining volume on that down move, so we'll see. We'll just let that one play out and see if we get anywhere.
Nice.
Profit target up in this area here.
I wanted it slightly lower, but hopefully it works out for you.
Yeah, I would have been. Yeah, I mean, I would have probably preferred it down here too. But again, I've missed out on like 4 or 5 NASI trades this last couple of weeks. Just because price hits just above the zone that I want. So I figure we'll just go ahead and jump in, give that one a shot, get into trade. So, so back in, sorry, I got to let you guys know that was, I think that was, well, I'll tell you guys off screen what my lots was. 0.9, there we go. 0.9 lots, NASI 100 to the long side. I'll put that in the chat as well. And then, just Swizzy Jap still chugging along, just kind of the sideways move. So that's where I sit at the moment. You guys have anything else you wanted to share? You can do that more.
I can finish up. I know we were talking We can get my screen shared here. Get my screen up here. Sweet. Cool. So yeah, with this, oh, I know where I was. Okay, cool. So I'm expecting these little pullbacks, right? And that's actually what's helping me to hold on basically to this exact pair. So it's not really the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs, not bothering me too much because again, I've already moved my stop to break even. I've already took some profits, and I'm still in the ride if it continues to move further down. We always hear the saying, cut your losses early and let your winners run, right? And this is exactly what I take from that, right? Like take some profits off so you're paid. Don't risk anymore when you don't have to, when price has moved far enough in your favor. But yet still leave something on the table in case it continues to run. Because there's been times where, you know, I might get a 2-for-1 or a 1-for-1.5, and I close my trade out. And man, if this thing didn't go for a 3-4 to 1, you're like, man, how can I take advantage of those moves? I'm like, oh, you're supposed to trail your stops. Like, you can't just take the full position off, right? So that's just something I learned over the years. I tend to do that almost every time. Now, if this comes back up to this price again, then I would probably be interested in me selling a little bit more, like maybe, but we'll see. So I'll just put an alert here and just say, check this out. Reason being is I don't want it to come up here again and touch it. I'm expecting the break and retest, you know, break. I don't want it to break and retest in the same area right here. That might be a signal that, oh, this is as far as it's going. It might turn back the other way. Right, but we're still early in this candle. Still like 45 minutes left on it, 43 minutes. So we'll see. But I'm really, really, really liking this last candle, this huge engulfing candle that pretty much engulfed the entire last green candle. So I'm still feeling super confident about this. Oh yeah. But either way, I'm just gonna hold on to it. We'll kind of see what happens with it. Again, I got a pretty heavy position on this, so we'll see what happens. I'm definitely expecting this to continue to go. Maybe the continuation move in New York. So we'll see. But yeah, I will be holding on to this trade.
We got Martin Lawrence joining us. How's it going, Martin? We were just talking about you a little while back.
Martin.
You were a winner yesterday, and we have a new winner today.
Yeah.
Stay Trades 21, joining the club.
Yes. Well, cool. So just kind of getting into some other ones. I was looking at AUD, NZD. I really don't like this pair at all, to be totally honest. I will only trade it in Asia. That's the only time I really like to trade this. But if you look at this, we have the same exact pattern, guys. We got this 5,200 cross down here. So we know we're in level 2. I'm looking for that move off the 200. So if you're looking at the 200 from across, you can see that price has not touched it all the way until here, right? And I'm kind of looking at this as a nice head and shoulders pattern off of this 200 EMA, right? So something like this and run up, right? I could totally see this happening here. In fact, I'm going to leave that on just in case it does. I'm not taking this though. I'm just pointing it out. I don't like AN, like not at all. I don't like double Asia pairs like AUD, NZD, AUD, JPY, or NZD, JPY. I don't really like the two Asia pairs like that because the volume, it typically runs in Asia and the volume is low. And it takes a long time sometimes for the move to actually happen. So I am not a fan, to say the least. And even when I do take those trades, guys, for full transparency, I only put on a half a position, no matter what. Like I wouldn't ever put on a full percent on it.
Yeah, it's only about a 40.
Michael, while you at it there, we got a question here from 2BuyRK asking about gold. Maybe just share your
analysis
what you're looking at there again.
Yeah. So I'm
He's
gonna leave
asking
this up
long
here.
or gold, or you short is still valid. So I think we all of us are long, got a long bias to go long gold.
Definitely
It's just
long
like
gold.
finding the right sort of pullback, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we've all got that.
Probably a bounce
And
off the 50
go on.
EMA, which is around that 33.75. Like let it pull back to like the 33.75 area, and then get that confirmation that it is going the other way. Then I'll be interested in it. So it will look something like this. Like this price pulling back, kind of giving me some type of pattern off the 50, and then running up to this high up here, which is about 34.25. So that's what I would be interested in on gold. The same thing that we were kind of looking at just now on AN. We have this 5,200 cross, so we know we're in level 2. And then we have this beautiful head and shoulders pattern right off the 2, right off this 200 EMA. It just kind of runs up. That's the move all day long. This is the next move in the cycle. And again, like I always say, once you know where you are in a cycle, it becomes infinitely easier to find the next move in the cycle, right? Because I know after the move off the 200, the next move is the move off the 50. That's why I'm interested in price doing something like this around the 50 EMA. If it does this, there's nearly no way.
That's a similar area that I'm looking for.
Yeah.
2 by RK.
Yeah,
price might move up from here, and we missed it again. So, but we are looking for a pullback a little bit deeper, not too far, but just a little bit deeper from where it is currently. So definitely still bullish.
Yeah. And if it just runs up here, say if it just goes where it is now, and if it just, continues to run up, I just won't take that. I just wouldn't. I will not take this move unless it bounces off this exact area and then goes, because that's the next move in the cycle. Anything before that to me, it's a gamble. It's more like a 50-50.
Yep.
And I don't really like 50-50. I like the odds in my favor, because for the way I look at it is, if I take this trade without it bouncing off the 50, my edge is not there. I'm just really just kind of gambling a little bit, right? Let's say it's a 50-50 if you just jump in now. But for me, if it is to come down and bounce off this 50 and then go up, in my mind, it went from a 50-50 to, let's say, a 70-30.
Yep.
So, my edge will present if it does that. Right. So, that is that. Then let me just go back to AN a little bit, since I was kind of talking about it before that one. But yeah, this would be pretty much the next move in there. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes, especially since I'm not going to take it. I just know it's going to work now since I'm not going to take it.
Of course.
That's just how
the way it works. Murphy's Law.
Right. So we can get some of this. Actually isn't a bad place to get in now, to be totally honest. It'll be, that move will look something like this.
Austin, New Zealand.
I'm gonna put your top
did bounce
200
land earlier.
So like you can even target here, or you can target here, like a 2 for a quarter. But yeah, this is a decent move, to be totally honest. Like it's not bad at all. If it's somewhere around here, let's say because this move is kind of already active now, and Asia has a long way to go, like what hours until now. If in 10 hours, let's say around 6, maybe let's say 12, around 6, 7. If price it's kind of still somewhere around here like this, I'll consider it. But I would only take this trade Asia. I'm gonna be very clear about that. I wouldn't take it outside of Asia. And again, I wouldn't take it with a 4%. It would only be like a quarter or a half.
Tokyo needs to help you out.
Yeah, if they can cover around there a little bit, by all means, I'll consider it then. But before that,
no tanks. No tanks.
Right. So something else, I was looking at USD as well, but as you can see, this pattern is now invalidated. We had the 5,200 cross. I was looking for some type of W patterns going long this way. But as you guys can see, price has broke and stayed below it. And what is the final confirmation that this is now a pass for me is we have this 5,200 cross to the downside now. This is a no-go. So I'm going to take everything off of here and delete this alert. I was also looking at this one, USD CAD, same exact thing, right? We had this 5,200 cross. Price has, even though price touched the 200 over here, this doesn't count because the market baseline is still above the static, right? I needed to go below, which it didn't do until over here. Some type of move like this. And as you can see, that did not happen either. And we also have this, it didn't cross just yet, but it's about to. This 5,200 cross to the downside. So once again, this is a pass for me. I'm no longer interested in USD CAD this week. This has turned around now in essence. So let's see, once this gets here for the 5,200 cross, I would now more or less be looking for a move like this to the downside. Market baseline will go above the static for that reload. And then I would be interested. But longs, no. My bias is now switched from long to short on USD CAD. So for now, this is also a pass. But I think that's all I was really looking at. I'll go through the pairs really quick. Unless you guys had something to show, I can pass it over.
I just want to quickly show my gold chart here. Let me just switch back to that.
Okay.
If you don't mind, it's going to be quick.
No, it's totally fine. I'm just kind of going over. Oh, thanks. Stage Trade said I was new to trading, didn't know what I was doing. Mike, what's your entry point? Oh, okay. My entry point on which one? Is it AED CAD?
No, that was the gold chart, I believe.
Okay.
That's when you were talking about gold.
Entry point. Okay, so my entry point on gold, if this sets up, it would be somewhere around the bounce off that I think it was 33.75. I would. It's kind of hard to say what my entry point would be, to be honest, because it's more of a happen on the hard right edge type of thing. But I will, once it bounces off that 33.75 area, I want to see it close back above the 13 EMA. So it's kind of hard to say what my entry point is.
So it's not just an entry point per se, Stage Trade. So
Right.
he does wait for some
Indicator
sort of reaction from that, right? So
yeah.
But if you look at my chart here, for example, we're all sort of looking at a wider area that price still needs to move in towards. I'm looking around about 33.77 all the way to about 33.75. That I would like price to move into, get some sort of reaction, and then trade upwards. Still got a bullish bias. It's just that I wanted to move a little bit deeper.
Yeah, and I'm even deeper than
now
that.
The question is now, do I short towards that level or that area and then go long? I think that it's a little bit risky, right? Yes, we're looking at a fair value gap. I'm looking at a fair value gap, Stage Trade.
Yeah.
There's a fair value gap
and I'm
on
just
the
looking
15 minute. There's a fair value gap on the 4 hour. We got confluence between fair value gaps, some market geometry lines, all a little bit lower down, almost midway into this 4 hour fair value gap. It's already been touched on the previous 4 hour, but for me, if we could just get a little bit deeper, that would be, the ideal setup for me.
crab legs on discount.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 33.70 is where I'm looking, but that's because it's a 4 hour, 2 hour demand zone. Just below the
33.70. Yeah, but still, I mean, even if it breaks the fair value gap, it's still for me sort of in the area. You know, we got slightly below that. We got those market geometry lines that's been acting as support and resistance. And again, this might not be a straight move lower either, you know. Might just do gradually like that, still in the fair value gap. And then bounce.
Well,
so it's all about keeping eyes on it and see what happens, right? For me, I'm not ready to go long yet. Price might just reverse upwards from here, and so be it.
Yeah, it could run off and leave all of us, or it could retrace through all of our stop losses. You just never know.
Mm-hmm.
You just never know.
It's a very dynamic
Only
market.
thing we can do is make educated guesses. Yep. Look for the liquidity. Yep.
Just want to look at the NASDAQ quickly before back to you guys.
This calendar here.
Same thing with the NASDAQ. I want it a little bit deeper. And I think we had this question earlier where we're sort of looking at. I would like price to stay in this channel, sloping to the downside. And that will be a good indication, especially with this overlapping price, that it is potentially a corrective structure. I would like it slightly lower. We retraced all of this inefficiency yesterday that occurred at the 9:15 a.m. mark, right before the New York Open, and was one heck of a straight upward move, right? We retraced most of that. But if you also look at a lot of these market maker models or ICT type, I wouldn't be interested. I wouldn't be surprised if we can see another dip lower, potentially taking out this low of yesterday, round about when this is 23,085, round about there, right? And then see a move back up again. So we got relatively equal highs over here. So I think that would be one heck of a nice move back to the upside again. But this is probably only going to happen during the New York morning session. So what I would ideally like to see is some sort of manipulation. Manipulation being that potentially take out those lows. Looks like the NASDAQ is going to finally give us that decline, what is expected or fearful of, just runs those lows and boom, immediately reverses back up again. And this could potentially happen during the 9:30 a.m. market open or stock market open, right? So that's what I'll be looking for on the NASDAQ. It might set up after this occurs, only for our morning session, but again, we do have our futures traders taking over the reins around about that time. So maybe go and watch them if you are a futures trader, or even just trade the NAS 100 on CFD side of things, right? Obviously, the futures and the CFDs on the indices side of things follow each other very closely. So I think it'll be a good exercise to watch those guys traded during the New York morning session. But that's what I'll personally be waiting for. And
I wonder if I can.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can find anything on Governor Bailey's speech.
Trying to see if we've got any more questions. Yeah.
Setting QT pays for next 12 months. Blah, blah, blah. Nothing burger on that. Governor Bailey. Causes here. Nothing on that.
Goldilocks. Yeah.
So it looks like
I still think we're going to see a lot of fireworks on Thursday.
Do you guys have any stories when you first started trading? For me, it was squeeze on AMC and GameStop. I flipped 800 to 20,000, didn't close and lost it all.
What?
Yeah. So yeah, my recommendation. So sometimes like that, it's kind of like the casino, right? Like when you get to a certain point, you have to leave with something. Like you could have trailed your stops at some point. Like to get to 800 to 20,000. Yeah, that's for one, that's crazy. Like great squeeze.
You know, it's funny you say that.
Like in sports, if you're in the opponent's half, like we play rugby in South Africa, you have to, if you're there the whole time, you have to walk away with some points, right? Even if you don't get the full points.
Yeah, the last time I went to a casino out in Vegas, that was kind of the mindset. Like, just come away with something. I used a mental stop loss in my head for playing the slots, as silly as that sounds, but that was just the way I attacked it. I ended up making like $500. I was pretty happy with that. And it was just win a little. I was taking what the market was giving me. I was taking what the machine was giving me. So it'd give me a little bit of a win, I'd cash out. Go to another machine, a little bit of a win, cash out. It's kind of funny. I was actually using trading mindset with a slot machine, but it worked. So yeah.
No, I'm the same.
It's kind of interesting.
When I do go to the casino, they got a huge casino. Well, they got several of them, but in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, there's a huge Hollywood Hard Rock casino. It's actually beautiful, guys. It's in the shape of a large guitar. Like it's a guitar that's the size of a building. And they got like these lights that just shoot up in the sky. The lights is all pretty. It's like freaking immaculate, guys. Like they spent billions on this hotel. I've seen Floyd Mayweather in this hotel before. Allen Iverson. I've seen a lot of people at this casino.
Your buddy Floyd.
The answer.
I seen Floyd twice. Funny enough, I seen him in Bell Harbor once, and then I seen him at the hotel. But anyway, I would go when I went to the tables. My game was baccarat. I could play that game pretty well. The odds of winning is actually the highest in the entire casino as well. So when I would go in there, we would play at the high rollers table. I remember
how that goes.
Baccarat.
It's quite complicated.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not really. You're just trying to get to 9. Certain cards equal certain numbers, and you just want to get to closest to 9 as possible. But the odds of winning that game is much higher than all the other games in the casino. So I started there. You got like a small edge.
Oh, okay.
Plus, if you bring like a little system or a strategy, it's even higher. But yeah, I would go to the high rollers table, guys. I've left the casino several times before with $1,000, $2,000, and I always had the same mentality. Like I'm leaving here with something. I don't care if it's $100. I don't care if it's $50, but I'm leaving here with something.
Nope.
Right. If I made a few $100, I'm like, all right, I'll play with this other. Let's say I make $200. I'll play with this 50. I'll put 50 in my pocket. I'll play with 150. I make another $400. All right, I'll pay with this $100, and I'm pocketing $100. So I'll play with this $300. I make $500. All right, I'm pocketing $150. I'll play with this other, $250. Whatever that would be.
Exactly what I did,
kind
Michael.
Of going it that way. Yeah.
That's exactly what I did. I kept a portion of each couple hours I would play. I was there for 3 days, I think it was. But yeah, just keep a certain percentage of the winnings and don't even touch it. And that's how I built it up. But yeah, most people don't do that. They're like, oh, now I can win more. I've got higher leverage. It's bet the farm.
Yeah. Mathematically speaking, it's almost, you have to have some crazy luck, like for that to work out that day, the way you think it is.
Yeah. Well, I don't like gambling. Like I don't like it because you're literally just pulling a lever and you've got no chance. At least in trading, we've got, calculated probabilities. I mean, but in slot machine, you're just pulling a lever and that's it. So, shoot, I'd take exactly what it gives me. Have a stop loss on you're willing to lose, just like trading, and then just pocket some of those winnings.
Yeah.
So that's probably why I did okay, because I literally.
I guess to put it into trading trades also is for me, when I first started, I'll say before I started taking partials and moving my stop loss to break even, and before I even started journaling my trades, to be totally honest, I just noticed that it was a lot of times where I'm up big on a trade, or even not big, maybe it's decent, maybe I'm up halfway or something. And then it would come back and it would take me out, and not just take me out at break even, because I wasn't moving my stop loss to break even at this point. It's taking me out. Like I'm closing a trade at a loss. And I'm like, man, it's so crazy that this keeps happening, where I'm excited because I'm finally up. And then not only does it take the money back, it takes some of the money from my account. And I'm like, all right, we need to do something about this. Like, I don't know why this is happening. Right. And I think I'll let you guys know I'm big on listening to the interviews and just hearing what other traders have going on. And that's when the idea came across of moving stop loss to break even and taking a piece off the table. Because it helps with the mindset. Like me and AUD Cat now, it's kind of the same exact thing, right? Like it just takes some of that edge, the emotional edge off that you have. And it helps you think clearer at the end of the day, because you're not just so focused on making the money. I've already made the money for today. Right. So I'm not being greedy at this point. I don't have to worry about losing the money I have or anything. So just putting a system in place and, sticking to it. It might take a few swings, a few trades, a few weeks, a few months, but at the end of the day, you want to put that system in place and just stick to it, right? Like most of the time, it doesn't matter how little I'm up. Like I can only be up a small piece, but if it hits my area where I said I'm going to take profits, take some partial to move my stop, that's what I'm going to do. Because, that's what you're supposed to do. Now, every now and then, obviously, I'll break the rule. I'm like, you know what? This trade is going. I'm going to just move my stop to break even, but I'm not taking any partials off. And you guys know what happens after that. It comes out and take me out at break even, and I didn't make anything. So
that's it. Oh, it's all about a system. That's for sure.
It's like this move now, right? The moment I say, you know what, I'm tired of sitting in this trade, I'm gonna just take this off the table. The moment I do that, it's gonna go my way, and I'll be like, see, I knew that I should have not did that. I'm finna get this alert go off here in a second. Oh, there it is now. So this is telling me now to look at this. Like, all right, do you want to close this trade or what?
It's like, what you doing?
Right.
What to do?
I know the moment I close this trade is going to end up continuing in New York session.
Oh.
Of course.
That's right. That's the way it works.
Yep.
Yeah, guys. I don't know. Yeah, I almost feel like we need to just take a little stab at this, but just for maybe like a short trade to the upside, still expecting that this is maybe just a little bounce upwards.
Sharpen that knife and stab away. That's on the gold, you say? Yeah.
Price might make it towards these highs that were set. What time was that? 5:05. It was 5 Central, Eastern. And back to this dash median line here around 3391. We'll see how this candle closes. If it gives a nice bullish move to the upside, it's a little fair value gap. It has not retested that little dashed median line, that red one, as I was showing this. So that might be it. But if I can get that in, maybe a small little scalp type of trade.
Nice. Yeah, that's a teeny tiny fair value gap. Huh?
Yeah,
There's really not a fair value gap on the trading view.
it is very, very small.
Yeah.
You see, it's so
Things
close
that
to
make
these highs, that might be a good place for it to move towards.
Of course, the Jap wants to turn around on me again. Well, that's been an annoying trade, that Swiss Jap.
So it'll be more than a 1 to, where's that other high? 1 to 5 is just my execution platform here. I'm just trying to figure out where to place that stop if we can get down a bit lower. Probably get in here with a market order as well.
Just take a quick one.
Again, I'll obviously trade larger size if price can actually make its way lower into that other area. So I just want to take a little taster here so we can get a little day trade off.
Just a little taste. I need my NASDAQ to just break this little double top that we got formed on the 5-minute and break my downward trend line, and then I'll feel a little more comfortable about this long I got in earlier. Chilling at break even at the moment after a little bit of a pullback. Plus $1.19. I'm starting to get towards that cup of coffee. That'd be a old-fashioned diner cup of coffee, right? So we're not quite the Starbucks quality yet.
Say office coffee.
The Ronico coffee. That's probably one of the worst brands. Yeah, just keep on going.
Come on.
Just a little lower.
I'm not going to get that pullback.
I'm going to run off.
Should be more aggressive. But again,
Candle closes above this previous candle, I'm going to close it. Because that I'm not going to like. We'll see you in the next
Stacy trades, I do the same thing. I need a pullback and an engulfing candle with volume. I'm with you on that. I usually use 15-minute trigger candles, like if I'm trading from a 4-hour or a 1-hour entry. Yeah, I want to see that 15-minute engulfing candle once it hits my demand zones, my supply zones.
That one just got away from me.
Pull back. Yeah, of course, he's on a smaller time frame, but I'm just talking about me in general.
Walmart, FOMC news. I don't think we have FOMC news today. It's just Fed Chair Powell speaking.
Right.
Delivering some of his comments, whatever remarks, at the integrated review of the capital framework for large banks conference. Mouthful. Hosted by the Federal Reserve in Washington, D.C. But yeah, it's not a red folder event, but if there's any sort of remarks about interest rates, tariffs, whatever the case might be, then sure. get quite a
the FOMC statement is next Wednesday, the 30th. And of course, that's where we'll get the answer if we're keeping the rates the same or not. It looks like they're still projecting at 4.5. I haven't checked the Fed Watch tool today. That'd be a good idea. I think it was at 95% yesterday that they're keeping it the same. Today is same thing, 95.3. So, yep. So it's going to be a nothing burger. Of course, of course, there is 4.7% chance they drop it 25 basis points. So there's going to be some people trying to trade that, especially since you've had a couple of the governors strongly suggest, or well, I don't want to say suggest, but yeah, there have been a couple dissenters that are like, yeah, we need to drop them in July. But yeah, I don't see that they're going to win out on that, but it's possible. You just never know. So it's just who was that governor? I forgot his name. There was a couple of them that
would have gone to target very, very quick.
That's some of a beach.
Could have, would have, should have. Damn it.
Damn it. Well, let's see. What have I got? A Starbucks coffee?
Well, I'm at gold 34.26. I mean, absolutely could go there.
All right, I've made it up to Dunkin' Donuts quality coffee.
Yeah, we have Dunkin' Donuts here in South Africa as well.
Really?
Oh no, we had Dunkin' Donuts. We didn't work out. What's the other one? Krispy Kreme. That's the one we have.
Krispy Kreme. Yep. Oh man, gosh,
yeah,
the best donuts ever.
Yeah, they're doing really well. Yeah. It's funny how some brands just don't make it while others do. Well, internationally, that is, right?
Yeah. The dynamics is different.
Yeah.
That's like here, a Taco Bell could not exist here.
No, there's no way in hell.
No, hell no.
A
little food truck will do 10 times better next to the road somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
My ex-wife's sister came to visit from Mexico when she was in high school, and I suggested, because I had to pick her up, and I took them out to eat. I suggested Taco Bell, and she said, "No, I would never." That's like a slap in the face.
Hey, Michael,
they make jokes all the time, and they say,
"Yeah, make some birria tacos on Sunday."
Oh, I love birria.
Some pulled
it's
beef.
Amazing.
Love it.
Making me hungry.
Like the flavor, they got so much flavor to it. I'm gonna have to get some today since you said that.
That's right, chilies that you're gonna get. That's bloody awesome.
Chilies?
It's a bit of effort to be put in there, but it's well worth it.
Yeah. Now they make jokes.
I mean,
they say getting a taco from what is it? I might say it backwards, but I think it's like getting a taco from Taco Bell in Mexico is like being Mexican and not speaking Spanish or something like that. like why would you ever get a taco from Taco Bell? I think the best thing Taco Bell had, I can't even lie, is the chalupa. I used to like the way they make the bread at the Taco Bell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's actually
they're
really good. It's kind of like
I'll get their breakfast
naan bread.
Yeah, the sausage breakfast, cheesy breakfast burritos. I'll get them. Oh, I know.
Making me hungry.
You started it with the video tacos.
Yep.
My mouth's watering. It's past lunchtime.
Yeah.
I don't think that 15 minutes was long enough to stuff my stomach, stuff me face.
Stuff in my face. What's Euro Jap?
Yeah, guys, that would have been a nice little scalp.
Yeah. There is another opportunity right around the corner.
I'm going to see. I might be
How's
closing
your
the trade in
NASDAQ
the next
trade
5
going?
minutes. I don't like this.
Jaga. You want to switch over?
Yeah, that's fine.
The Nosey's moving
Wait,
higher,
switch on.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's giving me a few bucks so far. Want to switch on over? Back in? We will take a look. So I'm quite happy that we did actually break this downward trend line and close above it on the 5 minutes.
Mhm.
Obviously, we had that little mini double top for a little bit, but then we closed right at it, and we're off to the races. So, just refreshing a little bit there, but yeah, I mean it's going all right at the moment. I'm up to Starbucks quality coffee at the moment. And yeah, I did end up dropping my stop loss below the zone itself. I was originally thinking I'll just leave it on that where that volume really started to spike. But yeah, the more I thought about it, I do want to incorporate this. I'm just basically tossing my take profit a little higher up. So it's still a 1 to 1.5, right?
I'll just be worried about the open, how price is going to be over there. There's typically a lot of manipulation during that time. But I think at the very least we could reach the most recent high that the price is gunning for over there. That sort of double top formation.
Yep. But yeah, if it gets once it comes up to there, I'll already be pushed to break even. Probably by then, as far as stop loss. We'll just chance that it just wants to fly up. We'll see. But yeah, that's 3 minutes away from a 15-minute candle close above that trend line. That would make me feel a little better as well. But we've at least got the 5-minute close right there. And broke that double top. So obviously, when I'm looking at these zones,
the back end is ordering tacos now as well.
Are they? So I like to look at all the obstacles that could potentially hinder it. I see a stop loss here. I mean, a supply zone on a 5-minute zone. Just like to see what happens. I'd like to see it obviously blow through. Is that what they put in the chat, that they're ordering tacos?
Yes.
Taco do it to you. They make these things. They
Taco
say
Tuesdays is over.
Mexican food is like some of the best food ever. Like seriously, even before I got here, that was our thing. Like we made tacos, we ate all the Mexican food. It's always been my favorite style of food.
I love the limes that they put with it. That fresh, sweet lime, sour taste with everything. It's like insane.
Yeah.
They put limes, and they say you Mexican, officially Mexican, when you put the limes, and you got to eat everything with tortillas.
Oh yeah, yeah. I pretty well turned Mexican myself there for a while. I mean, my wife at the time was Mexican, and all of our friends that we hung out with were Mexican. We ended up going to there was a spot where there was 2 Mexican restaurants. So one of them was authentic, and then there was one next to it that you could tell it wasn't authentic. So they all asked me which restaurant we should try. And they pointed at the one that was inauthentic. And they said, should we try this one? I said, hell no. There's nothing but white people in there. I said, I know you're white, right? Like, yeah, but I've been around this enough to know what's good and what ain't.
Right.
I just said that up.
We say the same thing. Like,
you're white.
Yeah. If it's a bunch of people like at a little taco stand or whatever, like, oh, that must be good because locals are going there. Like, yeah, let's hit that one.
Yeah.
Let's hit that one.
Yeah. No,
That's hilarious.
That's the best.
Even before we left,
Yeah,
we had before we actually officially moved to it from Atlanta to here, we had a huge like going away party going away lunch really. It was at a restaurant, and it was a Mexican restaurant, of course, and it was Mexican themed. We had to do the whole thing, so it was super cool.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like everyone came out and just basically wished us well on our trip here. And yeah, it was just funny.
Right.
It was like at a Mexican restaurant. Like seriously, like where else will we go?
Right. Yeah.
Where else will we go? Of course, at a Mexican restaurant.
Let's see, what's Euro Japanese? Okay, Euro, man. You know, it's fun. I really only have the Euro Aussie dollar and the Euro pound. Oh, I guess in the Swiss Jap too. I've only got 3 currency pairs that are above a 5. So that's the fewest I've had in a while. As far as, like, again, I do have 3 others that are 5s, but I prefer 6s or higher. But yeah, I was just observing that. Don't really have a whole lot of them. Got a lot more bearish ones right now. I got 6 that are -6 or lower. So I may be starting to look a little more deeper on the short side, since that seems to be where all the bulk of the currencies are going. But yeah, as far as that Swiss Jap trade I'm in, you know, it's just been sideways. I don't know.
Yeah, I missed that trade on the gold. Would have been a few minutes to target. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
But we'll reset, have a look at. I'm still more interested in the longer term trade. To all our viewers, also, we've got about 13 minutes left before the end of the Forex Fire session. Then there will be a 15-minute break before the pre-market pulse guys come on, and before the future session starts. Yeah, pre-market pulse coming up. That's at 1/2 past, right? Yeah. So we still got about 12 minutes to go from our side here. Any questions, let us know. Again, congratulations to Stay Straight 21 for today's prize. Yeah, and if you haven't won anything yet, don't worry. There'll still be more opportunities. Yeah, we're also going to be giving away futures accounts as well during the future session. So do stick around for that if you can. It will just increase your chance of winning.
Absolutely.
Take a look at the VIX. This is
so
the volatility
index on AUD CAD. Price did not close above the candle, so I'm still holding on. Still holding. Got close though. Like super close, yeah. And to be honest, it still looks like it wants to do it. But like I said, what'll happen is if I close this trade and then it goes, yeah, it will be not good. Because like I knew that was gonna happen. Right? And to be honest, if I close this trade now, it's actually an emotional decision because technically, per my rules, it did not close above the previous candle, so I shouldn't close it. I should hold on to it.
Yeah.
Right.
Right on. Volatility index still pretty quiet. That's as quiet as it gets. So everybody's a little complacent right now. Right? like deathly complacent. That's a pretty low number, 16. Dollar down, index, euro slightly up. Put all the currencies there real quick. Axie, Fixie. I really want to get into this DAX, man. It's the one I'm eyeballing. I just want it. I just want in right here.
You've been talking about the DAX for a while now.
Yeah, I want that
Almost
50% retracement. 50% retracement, zones. Woo! Woo! That'll make me happy. 23. That's my favorite, boys and girls. S&P. There's my alert there. NASDAQ. Well, I'm in that trade still. Looks like I might be having a little higher price cup of coffee. Well, that's good. Nikkei, it's just been annoyingly sideways. That's why I want that deeper retracement down here. I drew that zone up there, but I'm ignoring it. I don't want it. I want it priced down here. Come down here and bounce off this demand zone. Up, down, up, down, up. I'm just going to delete that demand zone so it doesn't trick me into trying to get into it, because that's all sideways there. That's what I want. I want that deeper retracement. UK, I still have it as neutral, so I haven't even paid attention to it this week, to be honest. But I still have those technical levels if we do get a bullish flip that I think I pointed out last week. I love this. Technically, I love this. Because again, if I just update this, if I can get, if I get a retracement to that zone, I'll buy it. If I get a small loss, no worries. Got another demand zone right below it on the 4 hour. And both of those are within the overall daily. So that's just excellent confluence. I love that. But again, looking at my fundamentals for me personally, the way I like to trade, it's literally showing a score of 0. So it doesn't get any more neutral than that.
Right.
No real help on the COT. It was neutral. The retail traders, they are heavily short. Well, not heavily, but they seem to be short. What's the word? My brain's shutting off.
Your brain's fried.
Short. Yeah, they're short. What else? What do they have going in their favor? Let me look here. I'm just going to isolate my neutral scores real quick. Yeah, UK. Come on, go back over here. So UK, we got, no score for COT, so neutral. So plus for retail positioning, +2 for seasonality, +2 for trend, +1 for both PMIs, services and manufacturing, employment change, and interest rates. But where it's getting tagged, so sentimentally and technically it's good. It's bullish. But what's holding it back is the economics, the data. So the only thing it's got going for it, like I said, is the PMI data, employment change, interest rates. But it's got negative scores on the GDP, the retail sales, the inflation report for the CPI and the PPI and the unemployment rate. So that's the economic data is really what's holding it back for my taste. But if you're just looking at it on pure technicals and sentiment, using retail sentiment, then it's good. It'd be a good buy. But again, just like we all say all the time, we need that deeper retracement first.
Absolutely.
I just I just like the huge discounts. I'm an unreasonable shopper.
You're allowed to be.
That's right.
Especially
my money.
And don't let anyone
I
tell
spend it
you
how I
different.
want it. Yeah,
That's a
gold,
pity.
still
Gold's
here.
running
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, it sure is, isn't it? Look at that. Getting a nice little run.
Mm-hmm.
Silver.
Do we have anyone in the
silver's
chat
pretty
that took a trade there? 3396. Stay straight. It's got a take profit at 3396. Got in. That's actually high.
3396.
I have an entry at 3399. Take profit 3396. Is that for a short then? Stay trades.
Yeah, if you're looking at immediate resistance, you got this supply zone overhead right here at 3,400. So if you notice, it actually kind of bounced off this demand zone down here.
Yep.
Now, it wicked in right after it was created, but it still went. And then it came back, touched it again, and off to the races. Catching unfilled orders in this area. Why does that green look so weird? Did I click the wrong? Oh, I clicked the wrong green button. Oh, that was hurting my eyes. I got to have money, green, the money green, right? So, yeah, that's your only real immediate resistance is the 3,400 level. Broken this top. You kind of have this top to fight with, but this one could potentially slow you down just because you do have some growing volume as of Monday 7th. So that'd be the Asian session. Oh, and by the way, I wanted to show you guys this. For anybody that wants to keep track of your sessions, if you literally go to your indicators and type in sessions, this right here, sessions, and you put that on there, and it'll actually color coordinate the sessions in the background. So where you see red, that's the Asian session. Where you see green, let's start from the start. So yeah, Asian session red, and then London session is where it starts to turn orange. The yellow is where the London and the New York overlap begins. And then obviously the end of the yellow is the end of the London session. And then the green is just strictly New York. So I just thought I would share that because it's a way to see from a super quick glance where you're at. You know, which especially if you pay strict attention to specific sessions. So
just quickly tell me, got some more, another update from back in there. They will be giving another 25K account right after the break, guys. So we are going to end our session in about 2 minutes time. And then after that break, during the pre-market, I believe, pulse session, they'll be giving away another 25K account. So please stay tuned for that. We're very close to the end of our session again. Congrats to Stay Straight's 21 for today's, who's today's winner. Hopefully enjoy that account. Hopefully everything is getting set up for you. And again, just quickly before we do log off, if you want to win the 25K account, make sure that you subscribe to both the Hola Prime TV and the Hola Prime Global YouTube channels. Very, very importantly, keep active in the live sessions in the chat box over there. And please make sure that your email is linked to your YouTube bio, right? Otherwise, we won't have any way to actually get hold of you. All right, and then winners, as always, will be selected in these live sessions. So please stay tuned for the next one. We'll be announcing, well, not I will, but the next round of coaches will announce a 25 account. Cool. I think we've reached the end of our session. Señor Mika Tigre. Gracias para todo. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Tiempo para unos tacos.
Oh, guess what I'm going to make tonight? Tacos. Yep. Tacos Tuesday is past, but we can always have tacos whenever. Anyway, guys, thanks very much. Right. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. And to all our viewers, thanks so much for tuning in. Please stay tuned for the next round of coaches after the break, also announcing the next 25K account. We'll see you in the next one. Take care and goodbye.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.